Great.
It's okay. Yeah, chop it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's validation leads, yeah, so to pay, and this is a name badge that will let me know, so if I'm going in and then okay, talking to me, if you don't, you can flip it over and that way you just know when it's credit indication. You can change it whenever you want.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull up the participant for you. Okay. That guy is either on like read that or I cannot. Okay, so I got you. Okay. Really awesome.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's like, no.
I just started at the new. No, me and Ashley are both.
Hey, Ryan, what's up? Yeah. Thank you. Too late for that. Tayo lang tayo.
Yeah.
Three. Okay. Good afternoon. I thought I taught you how to do this. Good afternoon. Very good. I want to thank everyone on this committee for being here. I want to thank everybody who is joining us in the audience. Joining us in the audience person. I want to thank members of the media. And I want to thank you if you are watching us on Zoom. This is the Pulse Memorial Advisory Committee meeting for August 21st, 2024. It's 4:08 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are at Orlando City Hall. I'm Larry Schooler, facilitating tonight's meeting. We have a lot to do, and before we get into doing any of it, if I could have PJ switch to the PowerPoint for just a moment. We'd like to start, as we often do, with a remembrance. So we have 49 angels to remember as our reason for being. So I'd ask us to observe a moment of silence in honor of the 49. May their memories all be for a blessing. I want to go over the objective for tonight's meeting before we get into our agenda. This is a little bit of a different kind of meeting tonight. The main purpose of our gathering today is to allow as many family members and survivors as possible to share their perspective and their wishes for the future Pulse Memorial. We've had expressions of interest from over 20 that we may be hearing from over the course of the evening. We're also either tonight or tomorrow going to do an exercise where we think about other potential types of visitors to the memorial in the future and what they may need and want out of their visit. And we're also going to prepare for our September meeting by capturing the questions that you have about the future site of the Pulse Memorial. There are a lot of complexities associated with our visiting the site. And so what we want to do is spend some time at this meeting getting all of the questions and requests for information you may have, and then arranging some individual visits, and then allowing for some collective conversation. So it's a little bit of a complicated process, but we wanted to plan for that a month in advance. So the second and third objectives are probably going to come up only tomorrow evening, because we expect tonight will mostly be listening to family members and survivors, just to give everybody a preview of that. When we met in July, we talked about a set of discussion agreements, and I just wanted to re-display those on the screen, both for your benefit and for those who are watching. We committed ourselves to open-mindedness, acceptance, curiosity, discovery, and certainly a couple of others if PowerPoint will cooperate. Apologies for the glitch there, but the other two are sincerity and brevity, because we want to make sure to make space not just for every committee member, but tonight in particular for all of the family members and all of the survivors who want to address you. So I want to go over some housekeeping, as I will probably have to do every meeting. Let me first of all say hello to committee members who are joining us remotely tonight. Some intended to all along, and some had to pivot to virtual at the last minute. And irregardless of that, we're happy to have you. So on my screen, I can see Lali Santiago Leon, committee member Santiago Leon. Great to have you. I see committee member Rosado, Nancy Rosado. Great to have you. I see committee member Carter, Keon Carter. Great to see you, sir. I see that we have committee member Kelly Dawson. Ms. Dawson, great to have you as well. And I think those are all of the committee members joining us at this time. We anticipate that we will have Aricelis Jimenez, and Joshua Garcia also joining us via Zoom. And I think someone just joined us.
Police
Oh, and
Burt
that's
here also.
Miss Burt.
Yes.
Hi, Mrs. Burt. We can see a beautiful tropical scene and your disembodied voice. So we believe you. There she is. Good to see you. It's wonderful to have you. That we know that pre-existing family plans kept you away. I think kind of in that setting. I think you were maybe on a boat somewhere, but we're glad to have you tonight as a part of our committee. So I think we're just waiting for Joshua Garcia and Araceli Jimenez, who hopefully will be joining us in a little while. I also want to introduce someone who's joining us tonight here at the table. This is my friend and colleague, Rafael Montalvo, and he's a former associate director of what's called the FCRC Consensus Center. And he is a facilitator like me, who's going to be assisting me as our process continues. And he tonight will be facilitating when those who are speaking in Spanish from our families and survivors are a part of the conversation. But he is a very experienced facilitator and mediator based in DeLand, just up the street, who has done a lot of work on controversial public policy issues and training. And I just want to thank him for being part of this process. Absolutely. Other housekeeping items. You will see a couple of friends tonight who are wearing, I think, green bracelets, and I want to thank them for being here. They are mental health professionals who are available to anyone, including our committee members. There is a separate private space, but if you would like to speak with them, please just approach the folks wearing the green bracelets, and they'll be happy to visit with you outside of the room if you would like to do that. Again, anyone who wants to speak during this meeting in English may do so, or in Spanish. Either way is fine. All of us here at the table who need it have our headphones so that we can hear in whatever language we need to. And because we know that interpretation is happening, we just want to reiterate the desire to have one person speaking at a time. And you probably can tell that I'm trying to speak a little bit more slowly than I usually do, just so that it's a little bit easier for the interpreters to keep up. We had a system that we used last time that I want to encourage us to use again, which is when you want to be recognized, that you take your name card and just put it up like this. And that way, if I can't call on you immediately, I know that I should eventually call on you. We want to make sure the virtual participants indicate to us that they want to speak. You can do that by just raising your regular hand, or you can raise the Zoom hand, which is on the bottom part of the Zoom screen. And just if you could stay muted until you are speaking, just to avoid any feedback. We have, of course, members of the media here in the room, and you will be able to identify whether you would like to be interviewed. They will only interview you outside of the room on a break or afterwards, but you certainly can accept or decline. There's going to be a red or green card that you'll have. Red means I'd rather not be interviewed, and green means that I am open to it. So you can see that on your name tag. So, for example, Terrence is wearing red and Brett is wearing, it's very confusing because Brett told me he's wearing red for Wednesday. Christmas, he's ready for Christmas in August. That makes a lot of sense. But at any rate, there it is, your name tag that you can use. I want to just reiterate, I know that everybody is very aware of the importance of all of our discussions as a committee happening in public, in sunshine. So as tempting as it may be to visit outside of the meeting with your committee members, please make sure that it is not about committee business, and that includes in-person, telephone, text, email, social media, etc. And we'd also encourage folks to avoid any kind of note passing or anything like that. I know how that sounds, but I do want to ask that folks be mindful of that. We do have bathrooms outside for those who need it. Staff can point you there. And we will have a dinner break right around 6:30, but we will take another break probably between now and 6:30. The next thing we need to do is look in our folders for the minutes from our meeting in July. So there should be two little stapled pages here. One says minutes and it's July 24. That's the first day we met. And one says minutes, July 25. And that's the second day we met. So I would ask if you would just take a quick glance through both of those documents and let me know if there are any changes that you want us to make in terms of just making sure that it's accurate. And then we'll make sure that no one has any objection to approving the minutes as written or as amended. So just looking for anybody that has any corrections they need to make or changes. Miss Burt's name we know was misspelled. We apologize. We'll get that fixed, I promise. Or we'll just misspell my name every time as a way to, end things out. So I'll pause here for just a moment to see if anybody has any changes or corrections that they would like to have made. Anything anybody wants to bring up to us? Sir, Mr. Conley.
Where it says written comments received by Carmen Copeland for Q30, what's that in reference to?
Yeah, so you're looking at July 24th minutes on page 3. Adriana's here. I think the written comments were submitted when someone signed up to speak, but they didn't want to speak, and so they submitted a comment in writing. Am I right about that? So there were a couple of people who signed up on Wednesday, didn't actually speak, but submitted a written comment. And so that's what that refers to. I think we have the written comments if you'd like to see them at some point, but that's what it means. Any other questions or corrections? Folks okay with acceptance of the minutes? If you can just nod or thumb up or. Okay. Folks online, I think all okay. All right, great. So we will assume that the minutes from our July meeting are approved as adopted. So the only thing that I wanted to do before we get directly into hearing from families and survivors is just give each person on the committee a chance to offer a brief reflection on anything from the last meeting or anything that's happened since our last meeting related to the memorial that you'd like to share. So I don't want to put anyone on the spot, so I'm not going to call on someone's name, but when someone feels ready, they can just indicate they're ready and tell me something that came to them as they were reflecting on our July meeting or something that they've been thinking about since the July meeting that they wanted to share, and we'll give everybody an opportunity. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't here on the last meeting, so I want to know where we are now, where are we focusing right now? The point we have to attend is to create and develop the memorial. So are we gonna listen more opinions from families, survivors? I want to know. So
sure.
What's
I understand. Yeah, the work that this committee did at their July meeting included thinking a lot about what we want the purposes of the memorial to be. And I have a slide that I was going to show here in a little while that tries to summarize some of that. And then once we hear from the families and survivors, the goal is to then begin thinking about how we can make the memorial fit the needs and wishes of the families and survivors. So basically, it's the next step after this listening is to start really putting some ideas in play for discussion amongst us as a committee that respects the wishes that we hear tonight and that we may have heard from other people as we've been listening in the community, and our own wishes, obviously, as committee members.
So is the city getting any advice from architects or somebody that is gonna develop the memorial?
That's a-
Because I saw last meeting a lot of opinions from different memorials, and I think in Orlando we have a lot of smart people, a lot of talent that they can create, and we don't have to look around and copy something from another place. So
Well, I would say, not in a formal way yet have we gotten architects, but we are certainly aware of some architectural professionals who have interest in this that may come forward in the next few months to speak to you. We also, of course, one of our committee members, Ms. Dawson, is an architect, and Ms. Reed also has some architectural background. So I appreciate you mentioning that, and I think both Ms. Reed, Ms. Dawson, and others will help provide some of that perspective. So thank you. Others that would like to share? Yes, Mr. Connell.
It's along the same line in terms of getting ideas. Always had like concepts and asking around things, but I'm hoping to hear more from family members and survivors on two specific points that I think would cause the most discourse. One of those is, should the building stay or go or in between? And then more for me on the survivors end. Are we including first responders despite what happened that night? Like, so, because again, I don't want to say it's easy to come up with concepts like, yes, we want a wall, we want flowers, water concepts and all that. But I think the two heavy topics are those two, like keep the building and first responder inclusion.
I really appreciate that because I think that will help the speakers tonight really provide you with that information. So in case anyone missed it, Mr. Connolly was saying if there's opinions around the future of the building and how, if at all, to acknowledge first responders inside the memorial, that those two questions are particularly relevant to him. Thank you. Others? See a hand raised, but I don't think those are from committee members. I think those may be, yeah, those are from families who are waiting to speak. So just turning to our committee members on Zoom, if they have any reflections from last meeting or since last meeting that they'd like to share, they may, or anybody else on the committee here. Well, without further ado, I want to just share a little bit of information about what we're going to do now with this listing. You can see if you're here in the room that we have a table set, and that table is designed for family members and survivors who are here tonight that have come in person. But most of the family members and survivors who we have heard from in advance will be with us on the screen, just to give you that as a preview. The idea here is to give a family member and a survivor opportunity to speak without interruption initially, to just let them share some of the perspective they have, not only about the memorial itself, but about their loved one and about their experience as a survivor. So it may take a little longer to hear their remarks than in a typical public comment, 3 minutes, and that's okay. I would say that if you're listening and you have a question for them, that you use the pad and jot it down. And as soon as they're finished, those questions would be certainly helpful to ask. But we'd like to, as best we can, hear from these family members and survivors without any interruption, unless there's a technical issue or we can't hear them well. What we're going to be doing in a moment, I'm going to hand things over to Raphael. We're going to start with speakers in Spanish. And I don't think that any of our Spanish speakers are with us in person, so we're going to just skip over in person and go directly to virtual Spanish speakers. And we will hear from them first, people who have not spoken in our July meeting, and then people who have. So we'll be calling them up one by one. And then after we finish the Spanish speakers, we probably will take a short break and then move to English speakers after the short break. We probably will not get all of the English speakers done before the dinner break. So I would say get comfortable. We're going to do a good amount of listening here for the next little while. And I hope for the families and survivors, you know that you have a very captive audience here of 9 committee members in the room and an additional, I think, 5 committee members who are joining us virtually. And I want to thank them for all being here. So without further ado, I'm going to hand things to Rafael, and he's going to be facilitating tonight in Spanish. He may, over the course of our meetings, facilitate with me in English as well. But without further ado, señor.
Thank you, Larry. Gracias, Larry. Un placer para mí estar aquí con ustedes hoy apoyando como pueda el trabajo de ustedes, que es importante. Lo que vamos a hacer ahora es abrir el espacio para que hablen los familiares y los sobrevivientes que quieren compartir con ustedes sus ideas acerca del memorial. También solicitamos ideas acerca de lo que piensen los que van a hablar, que ustedes deban saber acerca de los seres queridos que perdieron ellos, que fallecieron ese día. Así que los que están a punto de hablar, le pedimos que también tal vez hablen acerca de eso, que quieren que el comité sepa de los que ustedes perdieron para reflejarlo correctamente en el monumento o en el memorial. Quisiera enfatizar que la conversación hoy es para entender ideas, opiniones, perspectivas, no para decidir. Estamos todavía en un ambiente exploratorio. No hay necesidad de definitivamente decidir nada hoy. El beneficio de la conversación de hoy es el entender mejor lo que los familiares y los otros familiares y los otros sobrevivientes piensen que ustedes como comité deban saber. Lo único otro que diría es que, como saben todos ustedes, estos son temas difíciles y a veces dolorosos. Le pedimos a los que vayan a hablar que simplemente se mantengan conscientes del impacto de sus palabras. Todos aquí en esta conversación pasaron en alguna forma, o casi todos, por los eventos de aquel día. Con eso vamos a empezar a abrir el espacio. Yo llamaré a cada uno de los que quieren hablar y al mismo tiempo avisaré al próximo para que pueda prepararse. Como dijo Larry, no hay límite fijo de tiempo. Pueden decir todo lo que piensen que sea necesario. Y después de que hayan ustedes, los que van a hablar, terminado de hablar, entonces miembros del comité podrán dirigirse a ustedes preguntándole preguntas de aclaración o profundizando en algún punto u otro que ustedes hayan mencionado. ¿Alguna pregunta entre los miembros del comité antes de que empecemos? ¿No? Okay. Entonces creo que el primer nombre en la lista, Larry, es el de Olga Visla. Así que Olga, si usted está en Zoom, quite el silencio de Zoom y tiene el tiempo que necesite para hablar. No veo claramente si Olga está ah, ya en Zoom o no.
¿Me escuchan?
Ahora sí.
Gracias. Buenas tardes a todos los miembros del comité y al señor Larry, quien preside el mismo. Muchas gracias por permitirme la oportunidad de poder dar mi opinión sobre lo que se está trabajando hoy. Mi nombre es Olga Disla. Yo soy la mamá de una de las víctimas. Su nombre era Anthony Luis Laureano Disla. Mi hijo murió esa noche. Para mí es sumamente doloroso participar, ¿verdad? En cualquier encomienda que se dirija, ya sea lo del comité o cualquier otro asunto. Sin embargo, entiendo que es mi responsabilidad poder dar mi opinión en cuanto a los trabajos que se están realizando. Entiendo que han pasado 8 años y en esos 8 años, como familiar, ¿verdad? Como madre de una de las víctimas, esperaba yo tal vez para este tiempo tener mayor paz con relación a la muerte de mi hijo. Y digo mayor paz porque nunca la voy a tener totalmente porque es un dolor que siempre va a estar ahí. Sin embargo, me gustaría apreciar que cuando se haga el memorial, me gustaría que tuviese áreas que inviten a la reflexión y que de alguna manera puedan plasmar lo que era cada uno de esos jóvenes, no a nivel personal, sino tal vez a nivel cultural, a nivel de lo alegres que eran. Como dijo uno de los participantes en la reunión pasada, eso era un sitio que era de alegría. Obviamente un memorial no va a reflejar totalmente eso, pero que no sea nada que sea sombrío, sino algo que nuevamente invite a la reflexión para que nos ayude precisamente a sanar ese duelo que para nosotros los padres y todos los que nos hemos visto involucrados en esta tragedia podamos de alguna manera poder lograr. Espero también que ese memorial no se tome mucho tiempo, 10 años, por ejemplo, los ejemplos que dieron de otros memoriales pasados, sino que sea algo que realmente sea en corto tiempo, porque ya perdimos 8 años, es mucho tiempo. Y por lo menos en mi caso particular, yo tengo muchos problemas de salud y no me gustaría partir de este mundo sin por lo menos ver el memorial en nombre de todas las víctimas que fallecieron ese día 12 de junio. Personas que a lo mejor no eran familia, posiblemente eran amigos, pero que murieron en igualdad de circunstancias. Todos en igualdad de circunstancias. Y que para que también los sobrevivientes que tienen esa huella en su mente, en su corazón, también puedan seguir adelante y honrar también a las víctimas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Olga. Si puedo pedirle que se dirija, si tiene algún comentario acerca de estas dos preguntas que planteó Tommy Connolly, acerca de si se debería conservar el edificio y si se debería incluir a los first responders, a los que respondieron inicialmente al evento.
Bueno, si queda algún tipo de indicio, que yo sé que sí, de que hay que ampliar tal vez alguna investigación sobre qué ocurrió aquella noche, que todavía no está totalmente, por lo menos para mí, mi propio conocimiento al descubierto, debería de mantenerse el edificio, pero no quedarse ahí como parte del memorial, digo, creo yo. Si es para investigación, sí debe de permanecer.
Okay. Gracias. ¿Está dispuesto a responder a preguntas del comité o a alguna aclaración que quiera pedir algún miembro del comité?
¿De mí
Ahí,
hacia el comité? No.
Y-
No.
comité a usted. ¿Hay alguien que quiera pedir alguna aclaración? Si no, no avise al próximo. El próximo orador va a ser John Martínez Peña. Olga, señora Dislas, le agradecemos muchísimo su participación y sus comentarios. Gracias.
A usted.
Jean, ¿está usted listo para participar? No veo chance here. Ok, entonces vamos al próximo en la lista y podemos volver a, si John se une más adelante, podemos darle la oportunidad de hablar. La próxima persona, y no sé si esta persona está aquí también, Carmen Capo o Capo, disculpe que no sepa cuál de las dos pronunciaciones. Yo no veo desde aquí la lista de quién está en Zoom, así que TJ, si puede decirnos ahora ya. No, ok. Entonces, igualmente podrá Carmen participar más adelante si se une dentro de un ratico. La próxima persona en la lista es Belinés. No, tampoco. Okay. Ok, entonces la próxima persona, dejamos hasta el final de la sesión en español personas que ya participaron durante comentario público en la última reunión, en la reunión de julio. Tenemos dos personas, Yuli Cintrón y Damaris Benítez, y posiblemente Nelly también. Yuli, ¿estás aquí? Sí, sí. ¿Quiere usted ofrecer comentario o hablarle al comité?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't quite tell her.
I have a question.
Yes, Felicia, Ms. Bird, go ahead.
Yes. How can we hear the translated? Because it's not translating for me.
Yeah, we were having a technical issue with that before. I think it's fixed now, and what you need to do is on the bottom of your screen, you should see, it might be under more, but it's a interpretation or a globe icon. So it might be, you might have done more, but then if you do the interpretation, you select English. And then once Ms. Cintron begins speaking, you should be hearing an English interpretation of her comments that she's making in Spanish. There was a glitch.
Okay,
Before and how.
fix that on my screen. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Déjenme preguntar, miembros del comité han podido, los que hablan inglés, han podido escuchar la interpretación. Okay. Ok, okay, ya puede usted dirigirse al comité. Tiene que cancelar el silencio en Zoom.
¿Me oyen?
Sí.
Muy buenas tardes a todos los panelistas, muy buenas tardes al señor Larry, señor Rafael, a todos en Zoom. Buenas tardes. Primeramente quiero hacer una aclaración acerca de las madres que están en Puerto Rico, como Carmen Capó, la familia Torres. Ellos han tenido problemas con la compañía telefónica, claro, plus ciertas partes de Puerto Rico todavía están sin energía eléctrica por el huracán. Yo tuve conversaciones hoy con ellas. Lo que voy a decir es por parte de ellas también. Una cosa que quiero que ustedes aclaren es que muchas de las personas que están las madres y sobrevivientes, quieren ver cosas más visuales, ¿no? Sería bueno que ustedes tuvieran como un tipo de maqueta, dijeran más o menos cuánto es el square feet del terreno donde está localizado Pulse, para así tener una idea y darle más ideas, ¿verdad? Para que ellas puedan darles las ideas que ellas tienen, como por ejemplo, algunas quieren una fuente, otras quieren un ángel, etcétera, etcétera. O sea, sería muy bien que ustedes pues tengan eso pendiente, porque es muy importante que haya más, ¿cómo decirlo? Algo más visual, ¿no?
Sí.
Así pues, acerca pues, muchas de ellas no son, ni son ingenieras, ni arquitectas, ni tienen nada de arte, ¿no? Para así también darle ideas a las mismas personas que tienen los conocimientos que están en el comité.
Muy bien. De acuerdo, yo creo que lo único que podemos, la única respuesta que podemos darle a ese punto hoy es que el comité no ha procedido todavía al punto de desarrollar una maqueta o un concepto. En la próxima reunión sí va a trabajar el comité con información acerca del sitio de Pulse.
Bueno,
Pero
eh, eh, eso lo entiendo. Lo que pasa es
sí,
que deberían por lo menos, que sea visualmente, ¿verdad?
sí, sí.
Tener un blueprint de cuánto de terreno, o sea, de la localización, con el square feet, para que sepan exactamente cuál es el espacio, porque el espacio es bien pequeño, o sea, no es un espacio tan grande, para que ellas tengan por lo menos una visualmente, ¿no? Y puedan así tener ideas, dar ideas, ¿no? Otra cosa, a Olga no se le preguntó, o sea, no contestó, perdone, si ella quería que también fueran parte los first responders. Y es bien importante que esas dos cosas, tanto lo del building como lo del los first responders, se aclaren. Esa es mi opinión.
Muchas gracias, señora. ¿Tiene usted algún comentario o tal vez a las personas con quien usted conversó antes de hablar aquí, algún comentario acerca de conservar el edificio o no?
Bueno, me hago voz igual que Olga, que dicen que pues hasta que no haya una investigación, pues que se conserve el building. Mientras tanto, pues después de eso, pues que se destruya el building y se pueden pues guardar ciertas cosas, como suponiendo, tuve una de las, creo que un sobreviviente me dijo, Yoli, acerca del dance floor, vamos a pedir que se guarde parte del dance floor. Yo sé que el dance floor no existe, so podrían, por lo menos ahora mismo está en cemento, antes era en madera, se podría coger de ese cemento, de ese concreto, y serlo parte de algo para hacer lo mismo en el memorial, ¿no? Que eso se coja y se haga por lo menos una parte que sea como representación del dance floor. Eso es como una idea, ¿no?
Muchas gracias. ¿Algún... She gave a comment to that.
Can maybe get a clarification, because it sounded like she said we need to clarify how the first responders will be
And I
handled.
think she was saying, señora, déjeme pedirle una aclaración acerca de su comentario sobre los first responders. Yo la entendí decir que una respuesta adecuada a esa pregunta no se puede no se puede ofrecer hasta que no se aclare la situación completamente.
Sí,
Pues esa
señor
soy-
Montalvo, pero usted le preguntó a la señora Orga
Sí.
dos preguntas, que cuál era su opinión acerca de si dejar o que el building permaneciera, y la próxima pregunta fue acerca de los first responders.
Sí. Sí.
Ella le contestó acerca del building, pero no del first responders, es lo que le estoy tratando de decir, que es
Sí,
bien
sí.
importante que esas preguntas pues se contesten y que haga un consenso de las personas que quieran o dejen de querer que se guarde el building, o
Sí.
que también sea parte los first responders de este memorial.
Gracias, señora. Creo que el señor Connolly quiere preguntarle algo.
I just want to clarify where I was coming from regarding the first responders. In retrospect of what happened that night, there's very much discourse of how they acted. So that is why I'm questioning. Well, not questioning, like that's why I want to hear input from survivors and victims' families. If there should be any sort of inclusion of first responders, if so, how much? If that helps anyone with their answer.
Señora Segundo,
So me, that's why I'm asking that they have, the mothers and the survivors have to get an opinion on that. My opinion, if I don't know if it counts, but it's with you, you know, some of them, they don't want the first responders, but now we know why, and some others, they still want it. So that's why it's very important that the opinions of the survivors and the mothers, that they clarify if they want to have it or not, on both ways. The survivor, I mean, the first responders and the building, both.
Yoli, this is Larry Schooler. I have three committee members that want to follow up with you, but I just wanted to say that your opinion on these questions does matter to us. It is very important. And so if you have an opinion about whether first responders should be incorporated into the memorial, we would like to know what that opinion is, if you would like to share.
Well, my opinion is no. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
No need to
No.
apologize. We appreciate you sharing that. Okay, we have many people. I'll give it back to Rafael.
Carlitos was next.
Carlitos.
Mi pregunta es por una razón, porque estamos mencionando a los primeros first responders, pero estamos hablando de la policía, o de quién estamos hablando, porque las enfermeras son first responders, los doctores son first responders, community members son first responders. ¿Estamos hablando de la gente que first responder al incidente o en general?
Sí.
I can clarify in terms of first responders. I'm specifically talking about OCPD and how they responded, not the hospitals. That I think they did amazingly. OCPD is where I have found the discourses. So that is the first responders that I'm referring to.
Thank you. Gracias.
And when Tommy, Carlitos, I'm with him, you know, the first responders about, you know, the hospital, the nurses, the doctors, the ambulance, blah, 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 blah. They're okay. Yeah, they was perfect. I'm talking about the police.
Okay. Gracias por la aclaración a ambos. César.
Sí, gracias. Yo también quisiera entender por qué hay esta discusión acerca de incluir a los first responders. Pienso que en cada catástrofe los first responders tienen que atender igual que la policía. No veo por qué incluir a alguien, a un servidor que tiene que ayudar a las víctimas en un memorial. Simplemente es mi punto.
Como dije anteriormente, estamos aquí simplemente para oír las diversas opiniones. Hoy, más adelante habrá que llegar a algún acuerdo, pero por hoy simplemente el oír las diversas opiniones y perspectivas es el objeto. Y aclararlas. Así que hemos estado aclarando las ambas.
Los respondes fueron un punto muy principal y agradecemos totalmente la ayuda que ellos brindaron y en cualquier situación eso sucedería, pero no veo otro punto. Gracias.
Eso es un punto que el comité podrá explorar, discutir, dialogar acerca de él más adelante, porque inclusive en el comité puede que haya, no sabemos, puede que haya diversidad de opiniones.
Yeah, hold on, we have,
Yeah. Yeah.
let me step in because we have three committee members, all of whom want to speak. Kian, I know, has been waiting. So let me go to Kian and then I'll turn it back to Rafael for Lali. Kian,
Good evening, everyone.
good evening.
If we were to incorporate the first responders, we would have to incorporate them by telling the truth of what happened that night.
Yeah, Kian, before you continue, I know that we want to discuss how to incorporate the first responders in the memorial. We have a lot of people, though, that want to share with you their perspective. And so I want committee members to use this time to ask clarifying questions of speakers. And then once we get through them, I think it's certainly appropriate for you all to discuss how you think the first responders' questions should be answered, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let me
Lali, una pregunta para aclarar lo que compartió Yoli Cintrón.
Sí, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Yoli, mi pregunta es sobre el primer punto, o sea, del visual, the visuals. Es posible, o sea, in other words, y lo voy a decir perdón, lo que quieren es informar, like the standard information, the base, is that something that is that what you're referring to? Or the overall schematics?
No,
And I'm sorry.
No. Hola Lali, ¿cómo estás, mamita? Dios te bendiga. Mira, mami,
igual.
lo que estoy tratando de decir es que pongan un visual de lo que es el blueprint, ¿verdad? De la esquina donde está Pulse con las medidas del terreno. Así más o menos tenemos una visual de que estamos contando, porque podemos decir 1000 cosas y no cabe porque es muy pequeño, ¿entiendes?
Sí.
Eso es lo que estoy tratando de decir para que entonces ahí se le abra un poquito la mente a las madres y digan, mira, ahí cabe esto, puede haber lo otro, puede haber aquí un arbolito, aquí una fuente, aquí, etcétera. Pero que tengan algo visual para ellas poder desarrollar mentalmente lo que se puede hacer en ese lugar.
Entiendo. Okay.
Gracias.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
De nada, mamita.
Nancy, señora Rosado, usted tiene una pregunta para aclarar algún comentario de Yoli.
Pues sí, lo que quisiera yo saber, ¿estamos refiriéndonos a ellos participar en términos de dar su opinión o estamos hablando de incluirlos de alguna forma en el memorial como tal? Es decir, darle como un reconocimiento, un espacio dentro del memorial. ¿Cuál de las dos cosas estamos hablando en estos momentos?
I think Member
Can I
Connolly
just
can
clarify
clarify.
too?
Yeah.
The only reason I've even brought up first responders is the last two meetings. It was mentioned by the other memorials and there were mentions in this committee. So that's the only reason I even brought up the first responders, specifically the police. The only reason I bring up the police versus doctors and the hospital and all of that is because in hindsight, more information came out about that night in terms of how they should have acted. So that's why there's a discourse there. I wasn't looking for a whole conversation about it today. It was just more getting input from the families and the survivors, how they feel, because it is a polarizing thing, because for some survivors, those first responders are were their first responders, but on the other side of things, they could have also saved others. So it's not so much to get into a full conversation today.
Right.
It's just more getting the victims' families and the survivors' side regarding that
Yeah,
topic.
to just answer Rosato's question, I think Mr. Connolly's talking about the incorporation of first responders into the design, into what the memorial will look like, not
Yes.
a process question about having them,
Yeah.
appointed to the committee or something
Yeah,
of
no,
that
no, no,
nature.
none of that.
So,
Okay.
thanks, Nancy, for that question, and go back to Rafael.
So, señora Jiménez, bueno, primero, ¿alguna otra pregunta a señora Cintrón, aclarando los comentarios que ofreció? Si no, entonces, señora Jiménez, usted es la próxima. Perdone, Lali, ¿pregunta o simplemente queda la mano alzada?
Sí, perdón, ella.
Ok,
Buenas tardes.
buenas tardes.
Sí, ¿cómo está? Buenas tardes, Araceli Jiménez de este lado. Tengo desde ahorita una inquietud sobre lo que Olga Disla comentó. No pude alzar la mano a tiempo en cuanto al edificio. Yo estoy de acuerdo con lo que ella comentó, que ese edificio, mi opinión es que hasta que se compruebe que si hay evidencia que se puedan tomar todavía en el edificio, no se toque. Pero luego que ya se compruebe lo de la evidencia, si se van a usar alguna evidencia de ese edificio, mi opinión es que debe ser derribado y que entonces se haga el memorial. Y otra cosa, en cuanto a que se tome en cuenta los rescatistas, yo considero que eso es todavía muy a de tiempo, que eso se le puede hacer una placa, pero que debemos centrarnos en el memorial, en lo que allí murieron, en lo que fueron heridos. Yo creo que eso es lo primordial, que no podemos perder tiempo en algo que se debe tomar en cuenta, pero más adelante, para que no estemos como en un círculo, que las reuniones estemos discutiendo algo como que no le veo muchas veces base. Esas son mi opinión, mi humilde opinión.
Gracias y les recuerdo otra vez que por ahora no estamos tratando de decidir temas ni llegar a acuerdos acerca de lo que se debe hacer, simplemente escuchando los familiares, los otros familiares y los otros sobrevivientes más adelante, empezando probablemente mañana y en siguientes reuniones el comité tendrá oportunidad de discutir precisamente lo que usted acaba de ofrecer y otros. Parar lo que se escuchó por ahora. Ok. Yoli, ¿algún último comentario?
Una sugerencia, ¿verdad? Una sugerencia o una opinión mía. En cuanto al building, también si ellos en algún momento quieren destruir ese building, ¿verdad? Se puede también hacer un video forénsico, ¿no? De una tercera parte, con drones, con medidas de dónde está la verja, dónde está el building, las medidas de las puertas, etcétera, etcétera, para la investigación. Y eso se puede coger como evidencia en lo que se hace el memorial. O sea que el building puede entonces ser removido si acaso eso es lo que quieren, ¿verdad? Pero esa es una opinión para mí, o sea, para que esto no se haga solamente una interferencia a lo que es el memorial en sí.
I'm going to just chime in for a minute. I know at one point Ms. Santiago Leon wanted to add something. But I see that some of our attendees are raising a hand on Zoom, and I want you to know that you will all get to speak. We want to make sure everyone speaks at least one time before we call on someone a second time. And so for Ms. Disla, we will come back to you here after we get through our other folks who are signed up to speak. And for others who are raising their hand, we have a full list, and we will to that entire list. Lali, did you want to ask any additional question before we move on?
Thank you. No, not at this time. Yeah,
Okay.
I got my answer. Thank you.
I want to just personally thank Yoli Cintron. I know we got to meet here in Orlando during the focus group. Thank you very much for coming tonight and speaking.
Creo que la última persona que indicó que quería hablar en español por ahora es, disculpe, Damaris. So Damaris Benitez is the next speaker,
Yeah, I don't think she's online.
if she's on. Okay. No, okay, no está aquí todavía. Nuevamente, los que no se unieron a tiempo para esta parte de la discusión podrán ofrecer comentarios más tarde hoy. Creo que
So I'm gonna confer with Rafael out loud. Sorry for this. But we have Dorelis Torres and Nelly Torres who signed up for public comment. We also have Brenda Campos Marquez who signed up for public comment. And so I would like to ask our tech staff to promote them for a moment to determine if they want to speak now or if they would rather speak towards the end of our meeting tonight during the normal public comment. So that's Brenda Campos Marquez and Aurelis Torres and Neliud Torres to promote. Stand by for just a moment to see if they will be joining. So we have Ms. Campos Marquez. We have Ms. Campos Marquez there.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Listening to all that's been said so far, and the importance of what their mother's wishes are, the family members, the mother that lost their children. I was wondering when Nancy Rosado will pass the seat on to another mother, since it's so important. Also, it is something that I am so in accordance with Tommy Connelly in regards to the first respondents. The first respondents, I understand, were the first ones that got there, and I do believe those were the cops. And we know that the OPD, the Orlando Police Department, failed them all. So a memorial is for those who have died. They're doing their jobs just like I do mine. So I will not request to be put up in every tree or on the ground just because I do my job, because that's what I decided to do. It is, for me, unthinkable for people to think that the building itself has remained untouched since the atrocity took place. So we all know that what we have learned till this day in regards to the city allowing all these structure changes, code violations, for anyone to think that someone has not gone in there and done whatever they want to do for their own sake. And it's just they need to think about that. To preserve the floor where the so many happy people were dancing, where they felt that they could be bound without being judged, but they were killed and overkilled. I do not agree with that. Why is the floor that was wood, it's on concrete now? So the objective here, as it's always been said, is to consider the mothers and the family and the survivors, their opinion. And I was just wondering when Nancy Rosado said, are they just giving their opinions, or are they going to be recognizing their ideas? You know,
I think
we do
Brenda,
know that it could be a hearsay, but we always,
Brenda, I
yes,
apologize. I want to do two things. I want to ask you a couple of follow-ups, if I may. First, I think Ms. Rosado was asking about whether we were going to ask opinions of the first responders. I don't think that's on the table at all.
oh, okay.
Second, since you have the floor, do you have any thoughts to offer on the design? And
You know what? I have no thoughts on the designs. I will trust the committee that Mayor Dyer chose, and I'm going to put my trust on them doing the job, because although I lost a first cousin there, I really don't want to get into that part of it, though it is so very important. I do believe that there are more important people that need to be putting their inputs, just like their moms,
okay,
rather than mine. So as long as they mothers and the survivors get what they want, I really have no issues. And I do believe that everyone on that committee on the last two meetings came up all with some great ideas. But I'm also thinking, what are you guys doing behind all this pasada that we've been playing? Because I do agree with Jimenez by saying that we're going here in circle. We're just going around in circle and circle. I'm wondering for
Brenda?
how long we are going to keep having these meetings. And again, we are questioning
Brenda,
yes,
I think we have a question for you from a committee member.
okay.
So Lali, your hand is up. And this would be a clarifying question.
Hi, Brenda. Hello? I don't know. Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification with respect to so with regards to the design, your opinion overall is with respect to the building, or with respect to the process? In other words, I'm just trying to figure out if it's part of public comment, and I apologize. Or is it
Okay.
feedback? And my apologies. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I am talking about the process. I am talking about the importance of the mothers, whether it's just their opinion or their ideas are going to be recognized.
Brenda,
Second of all,
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. There are several, at least a dozen people who are waiting to share comments specifically about the memorial. The comments
Okay.
that you've given us about this and about the mothers are definitely important. and we've heard them. I think it's really important that we turn things back to the additional family members.
Well,
so that
can
they
I
can
say
give
one
us
more thing,
comments
please?
about the memorial. Go ahead, hold on just a second. Mr. Connolly wanted to.
I do have a question for Brenda. Well, first I want to clarify. I'm sorry for your loss of your cousin. Your opinion counts as much as any of the mothers or survivors. And with that being said, and I'm right there with you regarding the process that's unrelated to what we can do. But in memoriam of your cousin, what would you like to see or embrace there? Like what are you wanting from a memorial? Best
Well,
case scenario.
I am quite happy, as I said it on the last one. That's why I don't want to go over the same things. I told you all that all of you brought very good ideas. I didn't agree with everyone's and all of them, but they all brought very good things to the table. So I just, you know, the end of it is to go on with this memorial and get it done. Mr. Larry was supposed to get us information, as he said last time, that he had spoken to the city regarding the where the money was gonna come from. And he
Brenda?
said that he was gonna get with them and he was gonna get us
We'll give
an
you time during
answer.
public comment. We'll give you time during public comment for comments on the process, if you'd like to continue
Okay,
those thoughts
so,
for the moment.
okay,
So
so
you
one
can come
more
back at
thing
the end.
I would like to add. I would like to understand what was the denigrating passing note of the committee, Lali, in regards to Christine to Myra while they were on the table, while we saw a mother grieving and hysterical crying from frustration and
And
having
Brenda, we'll talk about, you'll be welcome to talk about any thoughts you have on the process during public comment. For now, we really do have quite a lot of people who would like to offer thoughts on the design and talk about their loved ones. So we will.
I am talking about my loved ones.
Thank you, Brenda, very much. We will call you back.
Brenda, thank
Committee member, Mrs. Burt, I wanted to recognize you because I saw you had a hand raised. Ms. Burt.
Yes, to me, if we keep spinning our wheels and you know, not dismissing anybody's comments or anything like that, but if we keep spinning our wheels asking on the investigative side of things, we're going to end up in the same place that we were 8 years ago, 6 years ago. We keep asking questions why somebody did this job or didn't do this job. We can't dwell in the past. If we want to move forward, we have to look to the future and take it from where we are now in order to get something accomplished.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for those comments. So I think what committee members, does anybody need a break at this moment, or would you be okay if we continued? Everybody okay? The reason I want to continue now is that I know that 3 family members have come to City Hall tonight to participate. And Mr. Presley, Robert Presley, and Stephanie and Sandy Kirsten, I believe, are all here. I don't know them by face. Okay, would you all mind coming and having a seat here up at the table and joining us? Yeah, Sandy and Stephanie, come on up. Robert, if you want to take a seat at the mic, I have you first if you don't want to go first. All right. Well, Sandy and Stephanie are here. And we appreciate you coming very much. It's our second time to meet. I'm pleased to see you again, and the floor is yours to share your perspective.
Thank you guys so much for giving us an opportunity to be here. While I can talk to everybody, I would just want to say my heart still aches for all of you guys that lost somebody. As a survivor, I still feel so guilty every day. So I agree with the process should be mainly in the hands of the Angels families. I love being able to have a say-so as a survivor, but in the end, we were not the ones that were lost. And so as a memorial, I think the main focus should be from the families that lost a loved one. Those should be the ones that have the final say. My first question is, have we decided permanently where the memorial is going to be?
So I would feel comfortable if we hear from you in your entirety before we answer, but I mean, the short answer is yes, the site is meant to be on the site of the former
Okay,
nightclub.
because that matters for a couple of things, and I thank you because I feel your two questions are something that is very valid for a lot of people that have been affected by this. I have said so from the get-go. I was on the first committee when they first started the building process for Pulse. And I have said from the get-go that everybody is going to have different opinions, just like everybody is affected differently from the tragedy, just like we are all in a different process. I strongly believe the architectural design of the building should offer separate rooms because some people are going to want to go there for different reasons. And one of those, the main reason is to honor, that's why it's a memorial, is to honor the loved ones. So, but some people, some family members still have a hard time and they cannot even attend because they don't want to be in a place like that. So that is up to them and the families how much they want. But that should still be a separate room. As well as when I say separate room, I feel like it should be a separate door. Not everybody is going to want to see every single part that has to do with the memorial. So a complete separate door that you can enter to honor the loved ones, to honor the angels, as well as this complete separate door. If we're not going to have the survivors walk, which was said we were going to have, who knows what happened? I don't know the process, who knows where that money went, whatever. If we're not going to have that, there should be a room for the survivors, for the ones that want to tell their story. Maybe they want to leave the history of what they want. Maybe there's a place for each one of the survivors to have their own little book that gives their story so that people can read about it. We're not going to be here forever. So maybe it's something like that, as well as a separate room for the history. And this answers your question as far as the first responders. I hurt by wanting to have someone to come and help us quickly and people not being there to come in as quick as possible. And that still bothers me to this day. But we must understand that some of those people were just following the orders of others. Those first responders were affected as well. Some of them still deal with PTSD. So they were just following orders from their bosses or whoever was ahead of them. So we shouldn't penalize them for what they were following. But some people are not going to want to know the history of that. Some people aren't going to want to see that because they're affected by hurt. Why didn't you save my loved one? My loved one was locked in there. Why did we wait 3 hours to knock down the door? So that should be a separate room, because some people are never going to want to see that. And when I say history, it bothers me. Maybe it's the teacher in me. I don't know, but it bothers me to see it sometimes. But then sometimes I go through modes where I want to explore, where I want to know what happened every single second leading up to Pulse and what all do they know? So in that separate room that some people may never, ever want to enter, but going through the history and the steps of what actually took place. How did we come to that? What did the police know or what they're going to tell us that they know? So that separate room can be designated at that point for the first responders. So if people want to know about the facts on that, then that can be in that separate room. And then the last one, I'm amazed to see and just to hear the few mothers that have spoken tonight about wanting to bring back happiness, that they're at that place for peace and love and to see happiness and to make this place all what it was about was for others to be happy, to feel like themselves and to love one another. So having a room that's not only dedicated to LGBTQ+, but also being dedicated to love dance, music. Why are we all here to celebrate? Because some people, as you've heard these mothers who are so brave to say, let it be a place of happiness. Let that be a separate room. And again, that way each person can have their own experience when they come to the memorial. Because not everyone's going to be able to deal with each different side of that. And some people need different places. And even as one mother or one survivor, they're going to be in a different set and a different process of their life of healing, because 8 years later, I know many of them still aren't healed. I know many of us still aren't healed, but at different times in their lives, they might want to go through it. Just like for me, like with the building, my sister sees every single year. For me, the healing is going to where I was finally able to exit. For me, it's sad. I hate it. But as much as I would want the building to stay, if the majority of the mothers wouldn't, tear it down. Tear it down. It's them that we're trying to be there for. It's them that we're there to support. And the last with that, before that process even happens, I have no idea whoever fathomed the thought of having a glass wall that shows where the building was busted through. That is horrible. That should be covered immediately. No one should have to see that. No one should have to be that nosy to know what other people went through. And to know that my child was in there or whatever happened, why didn't the police come? They see that every time they go there. That's not fair to them. I think that should, like, I would go there right now if I was allowed to and cover it. Sorry, I just want to make sure I leave everything in my notes. Also, I want to thank the mental health counselors, because that is one thing that me as a survivor, I hated everything that went down. It took me forever to realize people that weren't being honest, but I do know that when One Pulse was here, I at least felt like I had somewhere I could go that trusted, that I felt at that time that I could trust, that if I needed help. So I just want to say thank you to the mental health counselors, because I think that that needs to be a little bit more valid. I know that's not about the memorial, but I do wish that that was more open to everybody. And then last but not least, I think this is last, sorry. Everyone's going to have a different opinion. Everyone's going to have different aspects, but we see, thank you again. I'm not sure exact names, but we have to hurry the, not that I don't want to hurry up the process, but we do need to we need a timeline. And I feel that all the parents, all the survivors, we want a timeline so that so as a committee, as a city, that we are held accountable, that we can start the healing process, because throughout this journey, it's taken way too long. So hearing a timeline, when they say that they want a specific grid, a specific outline, okay, here is the Pulse site. If that's where we're going to do it, here it is. This is what we have. They want to know the dimensions. How nice that they want to know that. So if they have friends or resources that they can use to talk to architectures that are, you know what I mean, that they can already have ideas of what they actually want the memorial to look like. So they're asking valid questions, even though you can't give them a specific module. I don't think they're asking for that. I think they want to know, what can we build in that space?
Sure.
So, yeah. But last thing about the, hold on, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so the last thing I just want to say then is just to be peaceful in this whole process, and to let the parents that lost somebody to have the final say so, because that's what a memorial is for. It's for them.
Before we pick up the discussion, I just want to hold some space here. What you did just now was very brave, and your vulnerability is obvious, and I know the committee is the better for it. And I would say that to Olga and to Yoli and to Brenda as well. This is not easy to do, what we're asking you to do. So I thank you for doing it anyway, even though it's hard.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Tommy with a question.
So I just have a question, because You mentioned about 3 different types of rooms or 4,
Four,
sorry.
because the Chamber of Hearts, like I said it from the, like, it's all about love.
With these concepts of rooms, are you thinking of it being in the post building itself or a new building or
It's
architecture or
100%.
something?
I thought it was going to be at a different site. I wish it could be at a
Okay.
different site. But again, even if all the moms, even if all the families sit down and make a vote, it's not going to be the same. You're
Yeah,
still going to have
it's-
different people have different opinions, but I would go with the majority of what those families want. I would go 100% with that majority. And if they wanted to take the whole building down, take the whole building down, build a new one, 4 different doors, 4 different, no matter what, a different
So
experience.
you kind of like want quadrants in a way.
Correct.
Yeah. I will add though, like they did just give us not so much the measurements, but like in terms of site, it is just it's just the corner that pulses on. It's not including where they had the earmark behind it. If that may help you understand where it's going and other people that may have questions, but it is just gonna be that corner. But
Which I still feel like what we talked about at that very first meeting 7 years ago. I feel that it still makes sense.
Yeah.
It could fit there.
Yeah. Oh,
I just try to make as many
no, it
people,
can fit.
not that you can make everybody happy, but everybody suffers differently from it.
Exactly. That's why I said like in the last meetings last month, like it's different for everyone. It doesn't mean like this is more, so this is less.
Amen.
It's all of that. Because in terms of myself, in terms of trying to create concepts, I even had questions like exactly what spaces are we gonna have? And now that we at least know the spacing, it should help a bit more in terms of people understanding how it's gonna be. I do agree it shouldn't take too much time. I mean, if some theme park can build a new theme park in a couple years, then we can just do a memorial.
Fair enough. Tommy, thanks.
She stated-
I've got Cesar, I've got Keon, and I've got Lolly. So Cesar and then
Gracias. Yo estoy de acuerdo con lo que el comentario que ella realizó acerca de un timer, porque entiendo, quisiera yo escuchar las opiniones de los familiares que nos dicen que hay mucha gente esperando y yo quisiera escuchar más sobre las opiniones de ellos. Que sea esto más apresurado.
Comprende. Yeah, I appreciate that comment. Let me turn to Keon and Lolly, and then I'll keep going with our other family members. Thank you. Keon?
The young lady stated that she was already a part of a committee. What committee was that?
Keon, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you.
The young lady stated that she was part of a committee. What committee was that?
Oh,
It was-
Sandy and
it was
Stephanie.
It was like the first, when they were first talking about a memorial and they went through,
We met
as
at the-
they had the architect
I think
there.
it's called the One Pulse Task Force.
So
The task
unrelated
force.
to the foundation, like not One Pulse Foundation.
It was started around the same time. It was within a year of everything happening. It was.
We have the whole folder at home. I
Yeah.
don't remember the name of it.
Was it a church?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And how
Okay.
and how
The task
far
force.
and how
The
far
task force.
Okay.
and how far did the committee get with the planning?
Well. We don't know. There wasn't, I don't know. Were you on the task
Yeah.
force?
How
Yeah.
far did you get with the planning?
How far were you?
I don't know. How long was I personally with them?
Well, I think what I hear Keon asking is how far did the conversation advance? And I'll
We
just
had
share.
many conversations. We
The
had, it was like
process, how
week
far
by week.
within the process did you get?
I don't even know. I know we met with architectures. I know the architecture, yeah, the
So you
architects came
still
in.
architecture,
Right.
so like no art or
No,
blueprints.
No,
yet?
they did
was
have
stuff-
blueprints.
Okay.
There was,
Okay.
there were actual blueprints, but there was different
Okay.
concepts
Okay.
shared, but yeah, so different concepts that they had to vote on
Okay.
that we talked about, like, so.
And to my
So
understanding.
I don't know, that was probably 5 to 6 meetings that we attended,
Mhm.
and then we just,
About a year.
yeah, that we did.
Yes.
I don't know if it went
That's-
further.
We do have access to some information from those meetings. We're trying to figure out how it can be a part of this conversation. We're very sensitive to a desire for a clean slate conversation, but also there were conversations that happened. So we want to be respectful of that. Lolly, you had a hand up.
It was just with regards to what everyone's talking about. Is it possible to put just like a spec sheet? I know that it's within the packets but just something, just like a one pager that would incorporate
was
that
already done?
information. And I
You
think
mean-
it was.
Are you speaking of a one pager about what was done prior, Lolly? Okay, we can, yeah,
Well, from-
let me,
As far as what the
Yeah.
parent, like for what the, like just like a one page, something,
Yeah,
that's okay. Thank you.
we can try to provide that. Yeah, I go ahead,
And,
Steph.
I was just gonna answer as far as like my idea, what I just spoke about too, like that wasn't even brought up it was brought up at the meeting, but it wasn't like accepted or like done into the designs. Like they didn't even get that far into it,
I understand.
as from my understanding.
Okay.
So
I just have a quick question. Were you the only survivor part of that last committee, or like how much? of, like,
at that point in time, I don't even know who was who.
There were six.
There was, yeah, there was,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
There
there
were
were
six
survivors.
members on the task force. I have the list.
Wow. Well, we'll do our best to provide some, whatever background information that's available
Yeah.
to us, to you all, as to
It
what
wasn't-
this task force looked like and what it did. So I appreciate those questions. I do want to respect what Ms. Rodriguez said and just give some other folks an opportunity. So Sandy, I don't know if, Carlitos, did you have a question?
Sí, yo también estaba pensando específicamente porque una pregunta que se está haciendo mucho es cuánto nos vamos a tardar, cuánto se va, ¿verdad? a tomar en tratar este proyecto. Y yo lo que quisiera saber de las madres y de usted y de todos los sobrevivientes, que es mucho tiempo para ellos, porque el tiempo es muy relativo. Por ejemplo, para mí 5 años no es tanto tiempo, pero tal vez para ellos sí. O sea, me gustaría tener también un poquito de idea de que para ellos es demasiado mucho tiempo o muy poco tiempo.
Yeah.
It's nice that you want to keep everything open to everybody. It's nice that you want to have a committee. I don't understand why the conversation can't just happen with the architects and the family members of the angels to make the final decisions. And that's who we should be honoring. Not with no media, not with anybody else involved, just them
I appreciate.
and only them.
I appreciate that sentiment, Stephanie, very much. Just to briefly respond to Carlitos, what we are hoping is that by the end of this year, we can, as a committee, give a design to the city, and that the city can then find professionals who could construct the vision that this committee has with the heavy influence of the families and survivors. And the mayor has made it very clear that he wants to be able to open the memorial before he is out of office. And I don't know exactly when that is. I think it's maybe early 2028. So
2010.
I beg your pardon, Keon?
2010, he said.
You
said he
you
would
give
like-
us a year in the past there. I think 2026 is.
I'm sorry. We said 2010 year, a 10-year mark from post.
10-year mark. Yeah, which would
10-year
be
mark.
2026.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But
My
he leaves
apologies.
off 27. This is all academic at this point. But Carlitos's point is very important. His question is very important. And that is the way that we are thinking about this timeline at the moment, if that's helpful to you. Sandy, I want to just give you a chance if you had anything you wanted to add.
I was not there that night. My sister and a lot of friends were. And so, but more than anything, as I grew up in Orlando and Pulse was one of my homes. And so as just someone that would like to revisit, I go to the site now and it makes me sad to miss out on what I used to have there, because all of those memories have been superseded by everything that's happened since. And so whatever you guys do, there is a sense of joy that needs to be brought in there, as well as everything else that we've lost. So that's my only opinion in there, but thank you.
No, you're very welcome, and I appreciate you being here to, at the very least, support your sister. Your bond is very inspiring. Well, Mr. Presley, welcome to you.
Good evening. I first want to introduce myself, in case you guys didn't know. My name is Robert Presley. I am the son of Brenda Lee McCool Marquez. I'm also the brother of Isaiah Henderson, who was a survivor. My mom passed away. Sorry. Sorry. I work in this community. I work for Orlando Health. I've been working there for 7 years. The one downtown, I don't know, the one downtown. So I've driven past Pulse every day for work for the last 6 years until recently before I moved. I'm giving context to, so you know a little bit about my background. I've stayed in the behind the scenes has been 7-8 years and let the Pulse Foundation do what I thought was their job. And nothing has come out of it. For all the survivors, I am grateful for you guys. And this will be one of the moments in your life. But for my mother, this was the last moment of her life. And with that being said, I think that we should put more focus on the 49 people that didn't survive, because there's no one here to tell their story, but of course their kids and all that. And I've heard a lot of conversations about, the process, and I feel like without us going through the process, how can we get to somewhere? And I also feel like, nothing against any members on this committee. I'm sure you guys are good at what you guys specialize in, but how can you advocate for someone that you have no personal relationship and didn't walk with them day by day in the ups and downs that they've been through? I just want to put context into things. I heard about this through a third party. I was unable to be a part of this. I reached out to City Hall. That's how I talked to Mr. Schuler, right? Correct? Right. Yes. And he invited me to this. Definitely think that we should empathize it being, because it is a memorial about the people that lost their lives. I don't want to dim a light or take away from the survivors, because you are part of the process too. But I think that as far as the committee, that also the people that I don't want to say majority, because there are different things that people specialize in that where they need to be in the committee. But I feel like there should be more people that can empathize and have really walked side by side by the people that passed away on the committee. If there's any questions or anything, yeah, that's it.
Before I turn to Brett, very sorry for your loss, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I just want to address, this has been an issue, a constant issue that I've heard from people that have spoken over the last 3 meetings. Maybe we should have a biography of where we come from, because I personally was a survivor. I lost my partner there that night. I lost very many friends there that night. So for everybody to come in here and constantly say that we don't know or we don't have any say in these things, I'm sorry for your loss. I really, really am, but I'm hurting too. So
thank you, Brett.
Maybe we need to know what our qualifications are, or what.
Yeah. So
along those
Brett,
lines.
I hear you. I do think that whether it be on the Pulse Orlando site or elsewhere, we can provide whatever information you all would like to provide about yourselves. I really, though, would prefer that we stick to the topic, allow Robert to share what he'd like to see in memorial to his mother.
I just want to make clarification. I'm not speaking to people that lost people like your mate or something like that. I'm speaking to people that don't have a connection to it as far as it.
No,
they didn't. That's why I said lost someone, as far as like the people that died.
So
Right,
again, I understand how sensitive an issue this is. And I really want us to get as much from Mr. Presley as we can about how to memorialize his mother. His hand up.
I do remember your mother. I don't remember me. I used to rent hookahs there. So I was there probably 4 to 5 days a week. Your mom was there every Saturday. She was always super nice. I may not have like lived with her, and I'm not trying to like relate to you,
Okay,
but
I'm not-
like, even in terms of acquaintance side of things, I felt that loss along with the 49. Something people said in on a post-it note in the town hall where they put it on the boards, not the committee meeting, but the one downstairs. For a lot of people, when it said like they remember their faces, not their names. And with a lot of those 49, that was me. Like I didn't really remember their names, but like their faces, I'm like, you were here all the time, blah, blah, blah. So I understand to a point where you're coming from. I think in terms of semantics, we need to really stop with the whole memorial is for those who pass. Memorials are for an event. That's all. It is mostly about those who pass, absolutely, but it is also about an event. And to disassociate survivors from the 49, it diminishes parts of themselves that they may have lost that night. It may not be a full life lost, but I know there's parts of me that are gone now. Sorry, but back to Memorial Weber. I get where you're coming from to a point. In terms of memorial for your mom and your brother, you said your brother Isaac, right?
He didn't pass. He was a survivor.
He was a survivor.
Yes,
Okay.
but I just want
But
to put in
yours-
context that I did say that I said it should be more focused on the
Absolutely.
family members that lost. I didn't say that we were taking out survivors. I said that for many survivors, this is a moment that may be defining in your life. And I said that for my mother, it was her last moment in life.
Yes.
I don't
So I
mean to
don't
be.
want to. I don't want to put in real quick. I don't want to put in context that I'm
So-
taking away from any
No.
survivors.
I didn't take it as
I don't-
it's just like there's a lot of that talk around.
Yeah.
I
don't-
was just trying to bring it back to what are you wanting that you feel will embrace your mother at Pulse? Because I know she was a regular weekly. She beat cancer, right?
Yes.
Yes. So,
I would just want something that I have a 6-year-old. Her name is Julia Brenda Presley. I named her after my grandmother and my mom. Just something that will honor her and celebrate her life because she died doing what she wanted, which is supporting her kids. And a lot of people don't support their kids no matter the decisions that they make. And my mom was an advocate, and I feel like she should be celebrated, and everybody else should be celebrated. But I just feel like it should be as far as we should have a voice because like I was saying, like I said, for 7 years I've sat back and let people do what I should have been doing, which is advocating for my mom because she's not here. I'm not here to take anything away from any survivor or anything like that. My brother's a survivor, and I know he goes through it all the time. He probably blames himself for my mom's death because she was there supporting him. But at the same retrospect, I have to advocate for my mom because she's not here to advocate
100%.
for herself.
100%.
Tommy, thanks. I know that there was I heard Keon for a moment. I just want to take a moment here. And hold on one second, Keon. I'll come to you in just.
I don't want to
Keon,
lose my. I don't want to lose my little train of thought. Because like I'm sorry for his loss. You feel what I'm saying? But we tried this before, allowing other individuals to take the lead on this, and at this time we're a little bit past that. So we're at the point where we're trying to get everyone else that's involved to entrust in us to try to make this happen, because we as survivors ourselves have sat back for 8 years and allowed people just to destroy all of this.
We do
understand that a lot of people are coming forth at this time to put y'all words and put your voice to this. And all we really want right now is just y'all insight on what y'all would like this to look like. We don't need everybody coming here trying to tell us to get off the committee, who needs to be on the committee, all this. We were chosen.
Yeah,
and that's it.
I don't
understand what I'm saying?
I don't know that.
So allow us
Yes.
allow us and entrust us to do what we can do and trust
Absolutely.
us to make this happen for y'all, because we're not just only doing it for us, we're doing this for the 49.
Yeah,
and
so
the mothers
I don't.
and everybody.
I appreciate
So
that.
give
Keon.
us that
I appreciate
grace.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. And let me just acknowledge, obviously there is sensitivity here around the roles that we are all meant to play in this process, those of the family members, those of the survivors, those of the committee members who are themselves some of them family members and survivors. I'm going to turn back to Robert if I can. The questions that Tommy talked about at the beginning are of particular interest to this group. So what kind of future would you like to see for the Pulse building that's still standing?
Just a memorial, something I don't, as far as my, because I talked to my siblings before I came to this meeting, the other 10 of them. Just something that will represent them. I it's going to be on the same place. I would say tear it down, and build a memorial. And like I said, I'm not trying to dim any light or anything like that. I just want to be a part of the process. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely.
To anyone.
And then there was a question related to the extent to which you feel that first responders, but specifically the police department's role should be acknowledged in the memorial itself. And I wondered if you have feelings about that.
I don't think that they should be included, but I can't speak for everyone else. Again, I work at a hospital emergency room. You probably consider me a first responder, but I'm doing my job every day. When people come in for things that they're here for, I'm just doing my job. So I don't think that they should be included, but that's just my personal opinion, and I don't speak for everyone else.
That's all that we're asking for. So I appreciate that. Cesar Rodriguez, go ahead.
Sí, gracias. Pienso que también deberíamos de tomar mucho en cuenta que esa noche era una noche latina y yo recuerdo ver demasiados jóvenes de diferentes países latinoamericanos y eso también debería de estar incluido en el memorial, una pequeña parte de cada persona latina que estuvo ahí, y porque ¿cómo explicar? Los latinos tenemos una mayor, estamos más apegados a lo espiritual y pues los padres, pienso, los padres de los fallecidos les gustaría que estuviera ahí una pequeña capilla, algo para, siempre estamos rezando, una fuente y la fotografía de cada uno de los fallecidos.
So as you're talking, is there something you want to ask Robert while he's here about this? Do you want to know how he feels about a chapel perhaps at the memorial, or any question you would like to ask him?
No, yo estoy de acuerdo también con lo que él comentó, pero no preguntas para él.
Okay.
Gracias.
Robert, I think it would be helpful just for the committee to understand your mother's background a little bit, because we are trying to be very inclusive of the enormous array of cultures that are represented by the 49. So is there anything you can tell us?
My mom is a Puerto Rican. She was raised in Brooklyn, New York. She fought cancer. She actually trained on for Raytheon for people that are going overseas, like to go to Afghanistan. So, she's a good person. She wasn't the perfect. No one in this world is perfect, but she did the best she could to raise her kids, and she lives on through us and her kids who are living legacy, and I will continue to honor her. I have to go to work. I wasn't gonna stay too long, but I just felt like in my whole heart that I needed to speak and advocate for her. I just want to say thank you guys for allowing me to speak and giving me a voice. I appreciate you guys. I didn't mean any slander or anything like that. I was just advocating for my mom, and my brother also, he's a survivor, and my family. Thank you so much for having me, and you guys have a wonderful day, and I hope that we can work together in the future and do what we need to do to get this done in a timely and respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Sandy, very much.
I was gonna answer Caesar as far as that, like that one area of the fun. I knew that a lot of because a lot of Latin people were affected by it. That music, the playing of the music too, of something fun, something to represent them as well in that peaceful place when they first entered. Thank you guys so much for what you do and listening to everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Stephanie. Brian, I saw you. No, you're good. So, folks, what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of continue until we know that dinner is ready, and then have that be our main break as opposed to another break. We're hoping that dinner will be ready shortly. But I'm going to look at my list of folks who we heard from in advance who wanted to address us in English. And I'm going to see who I have currently logged in, and I see Yesenia Marquez. And so I'd like to ask our team to promote Yesenia to a panelist so that we can bring her in. And I also see Tiara Parker, who spoke to us about speaking. And then, so I would like to go first to Yesenia and then to Tiara if they feel ready to address the group. Yesenia, welcome and good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me again. We're here for a purpose. I definitely agree with Robert. I do feel, and with everybody else, that yes, after the investigation, the posts should be taken down. I agree with reflecting on each and every one of the 49, their culture, whether it be their cultural flag be put in there, the music they liked, a picture of them, something that memorializes them that was special to them, even their favorite color. Those, even the most minimal thing that represents them is something that we all know and would respect and actually be happy about. As far as there was 2 questions that were asked to all the other persons.
Yes, ma'am. The other question had to do with first responders.
First responders. I agree with everybody else.
It was a question. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I do believe that that was their job and that's what they're paid to do, and they shouldn't be on. Yes, their opinions may be at some point valid because they had firsthand experience after the tragedy was happening. But I do believe that the 49 family members or children, fathers, mothers should be the ones first and foremost. Along with my question that has gone unanswered, and hopefully in the future it will be, I feel that the focus of the memorial is great right now, but I don't want to waste time either. Like, how do you guys have a plan? Do you have a set plan on how you guys are going to obtain the funds to get this memorial done? Because I haven't heard anything about how the funds are going to come about, what plan you guys have instilled or what you guys have jotted down in reference to how are you going to get these funds, being that everything that happened behind the scenes already has happened and you can't go back. Where are these funds going to come from? Because I really don't want to spend 8, 9, 10 times in these committee meetings. And then at the end, after everything has been planned, you got an architecture, for me to hear again, we don't have the funds to pay for this. Like this, not only did it affect my cousin because she passed away, but it also affects my daughter because she survived this. And being a survivor is also just as bad because you relive it every day. Being a parent of a survivor, you get to relive it with them every day, as well as the memories of my cousin passing. And it feels like it's just something that keeps being brushed under the rug. Because even though you guys are sitting here and giving opinions and ideas, which have been great, and I respect you all for that, we still haven't come back to the plan of how are you going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for this? How are you going to obtain this money? Because in all honesty, that hasn't even been a topic of discussion that has come up. And I'm curious to find out where it's going to come from. How are you going to go about getting that fund going? Who's going to give it? Where is it coming from? The city? Is the mayor going to have a little stipend check for this particular project? Because at the end of the day, it's not an event. It was a tragedy. And I keep hearing this event, and it's not a freaking event. It was a tragedy. And it's something that we all live, whether you be a survivor, whether you be a family member of one that's passed. This isn't an event to me. An event you're happy about. I'm not happy about what's been happening here because it's been 8 years of the same crap over and over again. So now my question is, where is the funds gonna come from? Are you guys gonna have a meeting to discuss this? Because I agree with everybody, the investigation needs to be completed. I agree with everyone. The first responders, honestly, you get paid for that, and I respect you all. I'm not diminishing who you are or where you come from, but I don't feel that you should be part of that decision. And that's honestly all I have to say, because I think I've said enough.
No, I extremely, I greatly appreciate, Yesenia, everything that you brought forward. And I understand the sensitivity around the funding for the project. I have heard the mayor say publicly that he is still exploring the right ways for the project to be funded, but we can probably in a short time provide some additional insight as to how the city is thinking about that important question, because it is obviously it's an important consideration, of course, how the project will be funded and how much funding there might be. Before I call on Tommy, I see Tommy's hand. Yesenia, is there anything that you want this committee to know about your family or about your experience that should be then reflected in the way the memorial is designed? She may have dropped, and it looks like she did. So I will circle back to her. Tommy, did you want to?
I was just gonna ask her saying like, what does she want for memorial? But like, I also do want to add it on, because I know I brought up in the last meeting or so regarding the funds. On the city side of things, are any of the commissioners this time around, were they part of the One Pulse Foundation last time? And if so, how much money did they get from the One Pulse Foundation that they would give back so they could get a memorial done?
Yeah, so the answer as to whether they were involved appears to be absolutely not. None of them were.
Okay.
So I think we can put that part of the question to bed. But I appreciate the significance of that.
Yeah.
Tara Parker is joining us, and I want to give her an opportunity to speak next. And then I think that after Tiara speaks, we'll be taking a brief pause for a dinner break. But Tiara, if you're there, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, everyone. I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. I don't have my headphones.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. First, I wanted to actually kind of piggyback off of Yesenia really quickly. I am a little concerned about the funding part as well, because there was something in the beginning that was announced publicly that they were asking, like, the community for donations. And I don't understand how you're reaching out to the public for funding that y'all dished out before to a previously known organization to assemble this project, but now you need the community to help you do that. I don't think that's right to do. And acts of community members and those who, which I'm sure that most of the community is made up of those who were affected by this directly, to be asking for them to pretty much pay for this. I don't get that part. So, and I also wanted to say, like, I think the biggest issue that we have here with doing this process is that, it's not the design part, like what it's going to look like. Because me personally, I prefer to just tear it down and start something over, because it's just too much. I don't want to see the old dance floor where people were murdered on again. I don't want to walk on that floor again. I'm sick of it. So I don't want to see that. I would rather see it torn down and something freshly built, a fresh new start, fresh new beginning, and for people to actually be able to self-reflect. However, I'm also concerned though, because there is a lot of things going on within the committee directly that I don't like. There's information being passed along that y'all claim is supposed to be private, but it's not being private. So I just want y'all to start looking at some of the committee members in regards to that and start asking the right questions. I would really like to see, like, I'm a survivor. For those who may or may not know, I'm a survivor myself. I was shot, and my cousin died in my lap. She was one of the youngest victims, Akira Murray. And I, 8 years of this has been a process. So I would like to see I would like the memorial to be dedicated to those who were taken from us. We can come later if that's what it means, but I would prefer this to be 100% focused on those who were taken away from us. You know, some of these people were mothers, you know, aunts, uncles, fathers, cousins, you know, sisters, brothers, all of those things. That's what needs to be focused on, and who they were and who they were going to be. I would prefer to see that. I just feel like at this point, like, you know, it's just this process is being drawn out. Like we should have something already. And I'm hoping that at this point, like what you guys to decide can come quickly, but also be of quality as well. I know all good things take time, but like, you know, it's been a long time. So something is needed now. And I really hope to see what the next steps are with this. I haven't really been saying too much since for a while now, because it's just a frustrating I know for most that this has probably been frustrating, especially for some of the survivors who deal with this directly and talk to people and talk to the public and things like that. But I just would prefer like that we all, if this is going to be something done, that this is survivor led and families of the deceased led, and that with the assistance of you guys. I don't want someone who wasn't directly affected of this making a whole bunch of decisions for people who were affected by this directly and was there, because we oftentimes get looked at as, you know, there's a lot of sympathy cards being pulled and things like that. I just prefer this to be, you know, with guidance, like the survivors and the families of the deceased lead this, and there's guidance as, you know, to making final decisions. So I just want and understand that everybody here, they know what they need, they know what they're looking for, and respect each other in this process. So that's just one of my biggest things. That's all I needed to say with this, because this is a frustrating process for me. I've been doing this for 8 years and I'm tired of it. So, but I hope that this works itself through. I will probably come to your next meeting, but can't guarantee anything.
Well, you certainly don't need to guarantee it, but Tiara, what you just shared is extremely valuable. And before I ask you anything else, I want to tell you how sorry I am for the loss of your cousin. I can't imagine what it was like for you to lose her in that way, and to also have to survive the incident in addition. So I'm so deeply sorry for what you've been through. I just wanted to ask you, is there anything that you can think of that the committee should know that would honor your cousin in a special way at the memorial?
Yes, who she was going to be. Like, I mean, you can almost look up all of this information at this point about her. I've told many stories. I've written many things. There's a lot of things. I feel like, you know, when you know, you will really get your answers from the survivors and the families if you ask them directly, like in a more of a intimate setting where it can be documented, but also that they can follow up with you. Because that way they're able to give you more. When you have meetings like this and you want them to express this, you know, there's a lot of emotions going on in there. And sometimes you can't always clearly express, at least for me. Sometimes I can't always clearly express everything, but it's a lot. Who she was going to be and what she was already on the way to do is how I would prefer to see her. She was my superhero. She may have been to everyone else, but she was mine. So I want that to be something that's how she's remembered. And I just need y'all to be a lot more sensitive to this. I know I'm not speaking for all of the community members, but I want, like, you know, some of the members here haven't been so sensitive when it comes to certain things. So I just want to make sure that everybody is sensitive to these families and things, because this isn't something that's easy to do, even though that it's 8 years over. You know, you'll always remember, but you'll never, like, you know, you'll never forget, and you'll always feel it. So that's just something to keep in mind.
I really appreciate hearing those sentiments also. And I guess I just wonder, as a survivor, how you feel that your experience ought to be reflected at the memorial.
Listen, I'm not necessarily worried about me. I still get to live on and make these wonderful things, do these wonderful things with my life. You know, there are things I would like to see, but right now I would really like to prioritize those who were lost that day. That's what I would prefer to see right now. I think all focus should be just on them. we can, again, like I said, us as survivors, like those who survived the ordeal can come later at in this process. But I just think for the memorial piece, like just focus on the 49 and focus on that. I get to live on and make a name for myself and do things that I always wanted to do. And my cousin was 18. She doesn't get to live that. She didn't get to see 21. Those are things that, like, I would just prefer all the focus be on her. I can come later in the process. Survivors can come later in the process. That's just my opinion.
A very selfless sentiment. I appreciate you sharing it. I don't see any committee members at the moment with follow-ups. So, Tiara, I'll say thank you for coming. And again, so sorry for what you've had to go through all these years since June 12th, 2016.
Thank you.
Folks, dinner is ready, and I think it'd be an appropriate time for us to pause. So we're going to be taking a dinner break here in just a minute. I want to let the folks who are waiting to speak know that we will be resuming with the listening session at 6:30, which is about 20 minutes from now, 23 minutes from now. I see Alex Barr online, and I'd like Alex, if he's willing to be our first speaker out of the break. And I know that we have some other folks, Joshua Hernandez, who is, I believe, a survivor, who is here to speak. And then there are some folks whose names I don't recognize. So we're just going to do our best during the break to get organized for our speakers after. But Alex and I have spoken in the past. I also just want to make a quick mention to those who are listening, because Tiara said that some people may not want to speak in this forum, and that's certainly understandable. Anyone who wants to have a private conversation with me can reach out to me directly to give their input and not do it in a public forum. And my email address for this project is pulsememorial@p3partners.net, pulsememorial@p3partners.net, and you can communicate in English or Spanish, or you can schedule a phone call with me or my colleagues. But it is absolutely important that anyone who wants to be heard either in private or in public. Later this evening, I'm going to share some comments that were shared with us offline, so to speak, that family members wanted you to have, or survivors. So we'll pause now for dinner and be back at 6:30 Eastern Time. Thank you all. to get back underway. Apologies for coming in here just a little bit after 6:30. But we will get started here in about a minute. I'm just going to ask Adriana when she sees me pop on Zoom to promote me and to panelist. No, it's a tall order. Actually, I'm already promoted. Never mind. I feel validated. I feel important.
So to Spanish speakers on a list, like ones that when you call them, they didn't respond?
Oh, good question. I still have the list. I don't know whether they're on, but I will circle back and check. So thank you for reminding me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, welcome back, committee members. I want to acknowledge a wonderful meal that we were able to enjoy, and sorry to our virtual committee members that you weren't. I'll email you the meal after we're done here. So I want to not exactly do a roll call, but I am looking at the list of folks who are on. And as I indicated before we went on the break, I wanted to call first on Alex Barr, because Alex is someone that I've had some contact with and who indicated that he wanted to be part of our listening session tonight. I also saw Joshua Hernandez, who I had heard ahead of time wanted to participate in the listening session as well. So that's a cue to Adriana from the clerk's office to promote Alex Barr and Joshua Hernandez as panelists. And then I see some hands being raised by Jay and by Zachary Blair, whose names I have on the list. So what I'm going to do is check and see whether any of the other folks besides them, and Anita Bush, I see your hand as well. And I see Yoli's hand. Yoli, I'm going to go through the folks who, excuse me, haven't spoken before I come to folks who already have, but I do see Dorellis as well. So I think sequentially, I'm planning to do Alex Barr, followed by Joshua, followed by Zach, Dorellis, Jay, and then Anita. And I just want to make sure that as it relates to this portion of the meeting, that we continue to keep the focus on substantively what family members and survivors in particular family members and survivors want to see at the memorial. I know that there are concerns about process, there are concerns about committee composition, how much time it will take, and so on. And I just hope that because this is designed for families and survivors, that our speakers will focus on how they, as a family member and or a survivor, want to see the memorial design take shape. So I see that Alex is on, and want to see if Alex could unmute. And good evening to you, and welcome, and thank you for joining us, and look forward to hearing your perspective, sir. Alex, go ahead if you're there.
Just testing my. Okay, just testing the microphone. Yeah, glad to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am one of the survivors, one of the hostages as well. And on that night, lost my best friend. We were just celebrating his double degree graduation, and I'm happy to have his mom, Mama Bert, as one of the committee members there to hold down the fort and make sure that we get the best representation. I would say that. As far as the memorial is concerned, when we look across our nation now, we're already divided in many facets. And I do believe that we've had quite a few tragedies that have happened already, and each of them in respective communities dealt in differently. When I look at a memorial, I look at something that represents a symbol of justice, and something that can carry another generation onward for social change. When you cross compare to 9/11 and what they've done structurally, or Uvalde, Robb Elementary, what they've done structurally, common denominator is violence, terroristic acts, and gun reform. None of that has taken shape after Pulse shooting. And I think there's some serious need for education on the LGBTQ community, education on gun rights, those who advocate for it, and the gun usage. So when we're looking at a memorial, it's not so much to revisit the past incident, but more so for it to be a representation of what we need to do to make sure there's proper social change, social justice. And I think that should revolve around terrorism, discrimination, and hate. We need to have a place where that monument or that memorial reminds us that we need to reshape the laws of this country and the way we hold those who decide to be hateful accountable.
It's a powerful testament, Alex, and obviously, you and I have spoken before. But I am, of course, still sorry for the loss that you suffered and the trauma that you've endured, Alex. I just wonder if you can share with us if you have any thoughts about the way that you see some of these messages being displayed or being depicted at a future memorial. How you think that ought to look?
I think Tiara said it best, and some others, I got the young lady's name already, but to that point, that's where the architects will come in. You have 2 architects on the board already. We've been through this 3 to 4 years already with the discovery of what the monument should look like. And I think at this juncture, bringing in our opinions of the after effects of the memorial should help serve the architects very well on the type of design that would emote that outcome. So again, as long as there's an educational component around that memorial, I think it will suffice. You travel to Germany, you go to Berlin, there are tons and tons of memorials there with an educational component to it to remind us of our history so that we don't repeat it, but they also remind those generations that to come about the need for continued social advocacy.
Appreciate that. And just referring back to Tommy's original questions, he asked about, Tommy asked about how you see the future of the physical Pulse building, and also how, if at all, the police department, the first responders from the police department should be incorporated into the design.
Without them, I wouldn't be here. A lot of us wouldn't be here. Yes, there were some missteps, but any way to make sure that they are a part of the narrative, I think is just as equally important. Even showcasing those missteps, if that's an educational moment for us to know, hey, these are some areas of opportunity in which we can do better. Yes, let's do that. I do agree that the building needs to be transformed, where it's not just a showcase for trauma. I do agree with that wall needing to be covered up. The 3 to 4 times I've visited the site, it does bring back a lot of negative emotions, but things that I have learned over time through proper therapy to process. So yes, there should be some transformation of the site, but I do not believe that it should be completely erased, because at that point you're erasing history, a historical narrative, and an opportunity for people to learn to do better.
Again, I really appreciate you sharing with us, and I do see, no, I don't see any committee members at the moment waiting to ask a question. Alex, I'm gonna thank you very much for joining us, and if you have other comments later on, I'm happy to come back to you once I get through the other speakers, but thank you again, Alex.
Thank you.
So I'm going to just reference the list of people who reached out to us in advance to say they wanted to speak. And there are a number of people on this list who may not actually be with us here right now. So I just want to go through the list. And if you hear your name, please raise your Zoom hand. I don't think there's anybody else in person, but if there is, of course, we want to know that as well. But I had Patience Murray on my list. I had Christian Ortiz. I had Andrea Drayton. I had Michael Santos. I had Josiane Garcia, Ilka Reyes, Rosetta Evans, Lisa and Earl Crosby, Sylvia Serrano, Luis Marquez, Passion Wilson Suarez, Robert Pointer, Dorelis Torres, Neliud Torres, and that's all, other than the folks who already have their hands raised. So if you heard your name and your hand isn't currently raised, please do so. And then I also would say, if you are on here with us tonight and you're a family member or a survivor who wants to share in this listening session, please, Adriana, how does someone message is there some way for the attendees to message you as host to let you know? It only goes the other direction. Okay. I would say if you're on here and you wanted to participate in the listening session as a family member or survivor, you may want to rename yourself on Zoom. I know it may seem a little uncomfortable to say, Larry Schooler, family member or something, but we just want to make sure we don't miss anyone who is waiting to speak during a listening session as a family member or as a survivor. So the best way to do that would be to rename yourself on Zoom to include whether you are counting yourself as one of those, and we'll make sure that we give you the floor at the appropriate time. There's also someone on here who's just labeled as iPhone, so I don't know who that person is and whether to call on them. Let me turn next to Joshua Hernandez, who we need to promote back to panelist. And our hope is that Joshua will share with us his perspective on the memorial and what it should contain.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es George Hernández. Yo soy un sobreviviente. Y yo digo que los first responders no deberían ser incluidos en este memorial. Y de verdad ya yo quiero que pues se aligere el paso y yo quisiera que no, no tumben el edificio por ahora hasta que hagan las investigaciones que tienen que hacer. Y yo quiero seguir hacia adelante, yo no quiero ya seguir hablando lo mismo. Sinceramente, estoy cansado emocionalmente, físicamente. Y de verdad ya yo quiero cerrar este capítulo de mi vida y seguir hacia adelante con mi vida y sanar esas heridas que todavía siguen abiertas y todavía yo cierro mis ojos y pienso que estoy en ese baño tirado todavía por 3 horas. Y ya quiero que aligeren todo y de verdad ya yo quiero terminar este capítulo de mi vida para poder seguir hacia adelante. Y
Thank you very much for sharing, and
I guess I would just ask you if you have other ideas about what you would like the memorial to, in terms of different things that you would like to see or experience there that would respect your experience as a survivor.
No puedo escuchar, no puedo escuchar la traducción en español.
Ah, el doctor Schuler o Larry le preguntaba si quiere compartir ideas acerca de el diseño del monumento, del memorial, cómo que debe reflejarse en el diseño, cómo debe aparecer, cómo se debe diseñar el memorial. Cualquier idea que tenga, cualquier cosa que piense que pueda inspirar el comité.
Pues mira, yo he estado de acuerdo con lo que ya han dicho anteriormente en las otras reuniones. Y pues, eso es lo que yo puedo decir al momento este, y nada, de verdad, casi no puedo hablar, estoy un poco nervioso y
No, no.
no,
No hay por qué, solamente por preguntarle si tiene ideas acerca de eso en este momento, si no, perfectamente bien. Si se le ocurre algo más adelante, puede compartirlo entonces.
Claro.
Solamente por eso de haber preguntado.
Sí.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Le agradecemos su comentario y su idea y su participación.
And thanks from me, Joshua, as well. And sorry for everything that you've had to go through. I'm going to turn next to Dorelis Torres. And we just need to move her to a panelist so she can join us. Dorelis, if you can hear us, we look forward to hearing from you. Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Hi, well, hello everybody, good afternoon y buenas tardes a todos los que están ahí presentes. I know that you have two main questions that you're wanting answered. I think obviously this is my own perspective, my own point of view. I don't wish to speak for anybody. I know that we all feel and see things very differently, right? As a survivor myself, I think I'm gonna echo on so many of the words that I've heard today. Like for example, I know I heard Tiara, Stephanie, even Robert, say these things about, we were there that night, right? But we were able to make it out. So and we live with it. I know it's excruciating to live with this every day. So for my brothers and sisters that are hearing this, survivors, from one survivor to another, just know that I'm there with you, and I feel, I definitely feel with you. The roller coaster of emotions is heavy. One day you're good and another day you're not, and there's just no getting over this, and there won't be a getting over it, right? But I think the most important thing that we need to do, and the thing that needs to keep us on focus, is that we have a chance in continuing to do, rebuilding our lives, as hard as that may sound. So I think we have to stay focused in this being for the 49, without making anybody feel less or making anybody feel like there's a loss of identity there. I applaud and celebrate each and every one of you, that has an opportunity to be able to live and do, a distinctive difference in the community out there, including those community members that are here that, like myself, can relate. There's also another type or another layer of pain that I feel gets added to the survivor's guilt, and I think that one might not be spoken to a lot, but it's because I don't want to make it a competition. It's definitely not a competition, because the pain is felt in all levels, at different levels. But I think there's this different layer also of, you were a survivor, you survived, and then you also lost somebody there that night. I think that definitely adds to it without taking away from somebody that didn't. But and this is something, for example, when I look at my survivors that are there, I know I can say Norman can also feel this, for example, for Stanley. I know Keon can feel the same thing for Antonio. I know Brett is there and can feel the same thing for Frank. And in my case, I can feel it for Jonathan. I think there are different layers of pain of living with your injuries as a survivor and also losing a loved one. So let's just, even Tiara, right? She's another one that spoke, Tiara with Akira. So let's just try to keep it focused on, we definitely can move on. I think the Survivor's Walk was what we needed to not memorialize, because the word memory, memorializing is something that it's for the people that are not here anymore. That's how I feel it should be. It's an honor, it's a legacy. They don't have a voice. And that's the best thing I can encourage the committee members to do, especially those that are survivors like me and can relate to this pain. When it comes to us as the survivors, we might be thinking of this as an event or, something that we just want to talk abroad, but no, in the end, it is about the 49, and that's what should be, for the 49. That's the biggest thing I can bring to the table. When it comes, obviously without disrespecting anybody, because I know we all have different opinions when it comes to this. So keep it focused on the 49. I think they don't have a voice, and I think we should be giving them their voices, and survivors should definitely help, leading that effort for them as well. As far as the building, I don't think the building should be turned down until there's a proper third-party investigation, especially on the illegal renovations on that hinder rescue and escape. I think that's one of the major reasons why we have been having this circle over and over that is incapable of helping us heal our wounds day after day after day. So that is a big no until we get that third-party investigation. And as far as if we need first responders to be memorialized, I think that's an absolutely no, zero, no questions doubt. I think depending on which survivor you ask, they might have different opinions, but whether you were in the bathroom that night, whether you were on the dance floor, whether you were outside waiting to hear about your loved ones, I think we can all agree we were not treated decently, properly at all. We were all treated like criminals, and they took forever to rush in and help the people that we loved as they were bleeding out. And this is not something that should be memorialized at all. And let's just start by also saying that they are also alive. Not a single cop died in there. I can only think of one cop that night. His name is Omar Delgado, that actually tried to make a difference. And by what I know about that man, he does not even want a single ounce of recognition when it comes to anything of this. So I think that in itself speaks of his, true identity, or of his actual ethics and empathy towards everything that happened. So I hope that answers all your questions, and I don't know if you have any for me.
Well, I have a comment to say. Thank you, Dorelis. I know that this is not easy to talk about, and it's not easy to live with. The trauma that you suffered is not something anyone should have ever had to suffer. So I appreciate you having the courage to speak the way you just did. Is there anything else that, actually, before I ask you anything, Keon Carter, one of our committee members, had his hand up.
Yeah, I just want everybody to understand that at the end of the day, we're going to be doing a tale by tale story or piece about what happened. So at the end of the day, not everybody's really going to be incorporated in some kind of form, shape, or something. Everyone's going to be talked about. Everybody's going to be mentioned. So if you feel like you're not going to be in it, or they feel like they're not going to be a part of it, they're going to be a part of it, because we're going to still tell our story and make sure that what happened is told so others can remember, and so we don't have to relive it again.
Oh, and piggyback on that, Keon, because I know that also that's another thing I wanted to add, if I can. I know that he mentioned also about the truth being told. If that's the way that we're gonna go, I know that he was interrupted and he wasn't able to let that statement be finished. So I think that's also another you know, if this is the way that we're going to do it, then let's make sure that we do it that way as well.
Yeah, because I've been listening to a lot of what everybody's been saying, and everybody want to make sure everyone's story is told. And so how can
100%.
we sit here and tell everybody's story without telling what happened?
100%. So the truth needs to be told.
Who's been a part of it and who done what, you know what I'm saying? So like, I feel like it's all going to get told either way it's going to happen. So I feel like everybody's going to be incorporated some kind of form.
Yeah. Thanks to both of you for that piece. Terrell, is there anything else you wanted us as the committee to know about the memorial?
I really don't know ideas wise what I can give that can help, especially when it comes to loved ones or the people that we lost. It's really hard for me to actually know what I can offer if I don't have kind of like clarity on, you know, budget, plays, or what comes on. So I mean, I don't want to shoot for the stars and then ending up having just, you know, a piece of cake. So it's really, really hard, you know, for me to know what to aim for. But I feel once we have the budget and we know exactly with clarity where we're going, that will definitely help. I mean, if we have budget for a fountain, then why are we talking about 3 stairs? That's the, you know what I'm saying? Because we
Yes.
can all have great ideas, but yeah. As far as individual, when it comes to, you know, the 49 that were there, I am hoping that, you know, the city is making the proper contacts with the family to understand what each of the 49 represented, you know, especially what they would like to be remembered as. I can give, you know, any type of feedback needed on the one that I knew, but I can't speak for the others, and, you know, or wish to speak for his family when it comes to that too as well.
Understood. Dorelis, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Rafael.
I understand. Oh, perdón. Tengo entendido que Carmen Capó pudo unirse a la reunión y había pedido o había consentido a hablarle al comité. Carmen, no sé si we have to ask for Carmen Capó.
iPhone 3, I think we're told is Carmen.
Be promoted. Carmen, si puede esperar un momentico más hasta que
She has to kind of accept that she's promoted.
me informan de que usted tiene que aceptar en Zoom el ok. Todo lo que tiene que hacer es cancelar el silencio en Zoom y puede dirigirse al comité. Gracias por unirse a la conversación. Perdón. Puede también oprimir estrella 6 para cancelar el silencio si está hablando por teléfono. Estrella 6 en el iPhone. Are we able to unmute her? Can we do that for her? Are we able to unmute?
And she wouldn't be promoted, Adriana?
She's denying to be promoted to panelist.
Try to get her to accept being promoted.
I'm not sure how that appears. Does she see
She sees like a prompt on the screen.
Prompt, she's on the speak application. If she's calling in, she'll hear a prompt to say to unmute her device.
But that's all she has to do, unmute. Okay. Carmen me informa que todo lo que tiene que hacer es cancelar el silencio. En otras palabras, hacer clic en la imagen del micrófono en el que ve en el teléfono. Debe ver una imagen que se parece más o menos a un micrófono. Si hace clic en eso, cancela silencio y puede hablar.
I know that our committee member Nancy Rosado is connected to Carmen. And I don't know if Nancy, I can trouble you maybe to try to connect with her, and we really want to include her in tonight's conversation. If there's any way you can help us to sort out whatever the technical issue may be. I know that it can be difficult. So why don't we will come back
Yeah.
to Ms. Campo.
Carmen, déjenos, creo que Nancy Rosado va a tratar de comunicarse con usted para ver si podemos cancelar el silencio en cuanto pueda. Podrá dirigirse al comité.
Thank you to Nancy and to Rafael for the
Sentimos
help.
mucho la dificultad.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I know that Zachary Blair is wanting to speak, as is and I had Jay a little while ago, a survivor. So let me turn to Jay first, because I know Jay hasn't spoken to our group yet. So if Adriana, if you could promote Jay, who's listed as a survivor on Zoom. We'll go to Jay next. No disrespect to Dr. Blair, but we had conveyed that we wanted to hear from new speakers first. Jay, if you can hear us, good evening.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right. Well, my name is Jay, and hello, everybody. I am a survivor who was shot several times, and I lost several friends. I've had many surgeries over the years, and I actually had one of the deceased, unfortunately, pass away in my lap in one of the bathrooms. I just hope that we're not going to be interrupted. I know we're running out of time, but it's sometimes I notice when anyone disagrees or shows some sort of dissent, they're immediately cut off or muted. And a lot of times they ask for our input, but never listen to what we have to say. I do agree with what others have said today, you know, Tiara, Darelis, Keenan, several others I can't even think right now, but you know, they were all, Robert, you know, we were all thinking the same thing, I guess you could say. I do believe that those who were not directly involved shouldn't have a final say or a say, and anything to do with our memorial. I do agree that when it comes to the dance floor, I do agree with Brenda's son that more family members of the deceased should be, and many people have echoed this, should be included or be part of this committee, as well as Tiara noted, that it should be concentrated on the 49. It is a memorial, and memorial is to memorialize those who have passed on, not necessarily for the living. I do believe that that should be our priority, even myself as a survivor. I just think that eventually at some point down the line, as Tiara pointed out, that we could, add or include things that pertain to everybody else, and, including us as survivors. And what somebody mentioned earlier, a piece of the dance floor. I highly disagree with keeping a piece of the dance floor, because yes, many people had good memories of dancing there. However, that has changed now. As many people who died on that dance floor, as many people did die on that dance floor. So to me, now it has been tainted. And in my opinion, that would be kind of morbid to keep that. As far as the back wall, I know some people mentioned that as well. I disagree with their opinion. As a survivor, I do believe that back wall of the club with the big holes, that lights up. I don't know if you've seen it. I know most of you have. I believe that should be preserved if and when the building does get torn down. The reason for being is because myself and many others were rescued through that wall, through those holes. So to us, it is a symbol of hope. And it's also a symbol of a rebirth for many of us. That was something important to us. It almost has a spiritual connection to a lot of us in a positive way, not a negative way, because nobody, to my knowledge, was murdered on the wall. We were rescued through that. It was a symbol of life. It was a symbol of a new start. And I think that's very important to incorporate that at some point in time, somewhere, if not at the memorial, then somewhere along the city. I think that just that back wall should be preserved, in my opinion. As for the first responders in regards to specifically the police, I, for the most part, agree with what, Tommy and Jolie and Robert and many others had to say, that they should not be included in the memorial. As to many, they dropped the ball and took a little too long to get to us, which resulted in more deaths. And understandably, the families of the deceased have every right to be upset with them in that regard, among several other factors. However, I will say, as Darrell has pointed out, that there are some of us may feel a little different with some individuals, meaning that there are some amazing police officers and SWAT team members who did risk their lives and took charge to help the best that they could and even help save me. So along with a friend of mine who was an ER medic at the time, and she went out with me that night and was trapped with me in the bathroom. And she, I believe that in some shape or way or form, she deserves to be recognized in some way, as she did try to save several people with her bare hands while we were trapped in the bathroom, and in the end, she could only save two, myself and another. She tried to save others, but, they just took too long. And I believe that she should be, recognized in some way, because in my opinion, she's probably the first responder. She did take charge of the bathroom and did the best she could with no equipment. And I know she was in talks with the officers outside or the negotiators or whatnot. And I know that, she was like, why are you guys taking so long? Like, I need help. Like, I'm trying to do my best here. Like, so I think that something should be done in honor for her and speaking out for her. I do have to say that I hope that you guys prove us wrong. I'm hoping that yourself, Mr. Larry, and the city and everybody else and part of this committee, that you guys prove us wrong, because right now, many of us don't have many expectations, and especially when some of the predicted committee members were revealed. But I would like to know as well the budget. We would like to know the budget. I know some have mentioned that, and we'd like to know where the money and the funds are going to come from. It would be nice if it was possible to allocate some of the missing funds that the One Pulse had used, as they raised millions in our name with nothing to show for it. But I'm pretty sure that you probably can't even do that, and I'm not talking about let's, use the ridiculous Rainbow Run, which, by the way, needs to be canceled and dissolved, as it is an awful remnant of the One Pulse Foundation and is also a reminder of that awful scandal. So you guys really need to cut ties with that. And we should come up with new ways and innovative ways to raise funds for this project, especially that the previous effort was publicly disgraced and the truth is out and the money is gone. And now we have to win people's trusts back. The general public, as well as survivors and families, don't trust a lot of you guys. So how can we work together to gain everyone's trust? Because, right now it's hard to do that, especially that some of the previous One Pulse biggest supporters are on your committee right now. So, how do we win the people back over? And another thing, as someone else mentioned, it's almost been a decade. So, many other tragic shootings have happened and keep happening and probably will keep happening. And it's becoming almost like nobody really cares anymore. Like they've become numb. Sadly, our tragedy is quickly becoming just another memory of the past as the years keep going by and nothing being done. So time and time again, who will donate to us now? We need to find out ways to get that done. And lastly, I'm not saying we should give up, obviously, but I feel like all of our efforts have keep being met with resistance every single time, and we're exhausted. It's been a decade almost, and like I said, people ask for our input, but then don't listen to what we want to say. And in the end, I know things are going to be done, and people are going to make the decisions, and we'll have the final say. But I really hope that the families of the 49 are the ones included to have that final say, as they should. And so I'm hoping, to close out, I'm hoping that you guys prove us wrong. I really am. I hope that you make us proud. And many of us honestly feel that as long as the mayor, who was previously attached to the previous effort, and yourself, Larry, and former One Pulse supporters are involved, that it will continue to be the same circus over and over. So I hope that's not the case. And I hope you guys prove us wrong and make us proud. Otherwise, it'll just continue to be a complete shit show. Sorry.
Following meeting contains adult language. Listener discretion is advised. But Jay, I'm so grateful that you joined us tonight. You shared so much specific and detailed information about how you'd like to see this memorial evolve, and what you gave this committee is extremely valuable. I do also hope that I and the rest of the folks here who are working on this memorial make you proud as well. Ms. Burt, Felicia Burt, our committee member, has a question.
Yes, two things that Jay just said, and I have a question on. One, he said, and I didn't catch, what was the name? You said of one of the first responders should be recognized. I didn't catch that name.
The nurse, say
The nurse.
It's a survivor. Hello, am I still on?
Yes.
Yes,
you're
she's
still
a
on.
survivor. She went out with me that night just to go clubbing and have drinks, and we ended up being trapped in one of the bathrooms that night for the 3.5 hours. And she took the initiative. At first, panic. She wasn't even sure if she herself was shot, covered in blood. I don't want to get gory or detailed, but I do know that once she saw how badly I was injured, she took charge of that bathroom and started telling people, you put pressure on her, you tie that on him. And here, she just kind of she asked if anybody there was medical. Nobody was. So she jumped to action, and she started to do her best to help as many of us as possible. And I think that should be recognized as a sign of heroism for sure.
Okay. And then the other question, you said, and you gave quite a bit of information, and I was trying to jot everything down. You said something needs to be done. If I heard you correctly, if I heard you incorrectly, please correct me. Something needs to be done as far as educating America, in public in general, so that we don't keep having the same incidents. Is that what I heard?
That was not me. That was a previous speaker, but I do agree that there should be some education, but not to the extent as what they were expressing. I do believe some education in regards to what has happened and why these things keep happening. And as far as our culture and our community, those things should be represented.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That was Alex Barr. I did write that down folks as well. Okay.
Yeah.
And Jay, Ms. Bird, I think, was asking for it. I don't know if you're comfortable sharing it in public, and you don't have to, but she was asking, I think, for the name of that survivor who was an ER medic who heroically tried to and did save some lives. I don't know if you're comfortable sharing it in public.
I can disclose that in a private session or in a later date, as she is not even present, nor even knows that I'm speaking on her behalf on this. She has no idea, so this was all on me. Yeah.
No, privacy is important. Well, thank you, Jay, very much.
Thank you.
We're going to try again with Carmen Capo, I think.
She's ready.
She's definitely on Zoom, so we just need to figure out if she can.
She's still showing us meeting.
Yeah, she needs to, I guess, *6. I don't know exactly how to.
Does have to unmute her device, whether it's the device side or you can press *6.
Carmen, si puede, si todavía quiere hablar con el comité, si puede hacer una de dos cosas, o hacer clic en el símbolo del micrófono que se debe de ver en la pantalla del iPhone, o oprimir *6. Cualquiera de las dos cosas cancela el silencio y la permite hablar.
Also looking to her direct messages. There is a phone number listed if she's having technical difficulties.
También si puede ver a los mensajes, si tiene acceso a los mensajes en el iPhone, hay un mensaje con un número de teléfono para llamar para asistencia o ayuda en resolver problemas técnicos. Le voy a dar el número ahora, por si acaso, 407-456-9983. Ahí pueden ayudarle a resolver la dificultad. 407-456-9983.
I sincerely hope we can get Carmen on the line. And thanks to Rafael and Nancy and Adriana for all the efforts. We're hopefully going to hear from her. Worst case scenario, we'll get her tomorrow. Absolute worst case scenario. Okay, I think that will take us to Zachary Blair as our next participant in the listening session.
Zachary Blair has been promoted to panelist.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. I just want to take a minute to try to reduce some of the harm that's being done in this process, and by addressing the issues that we're talking about. I think we can all agree that there's consensus that the focus should be on the 49. I think we can all agree that there's consensus that first responders should not be included. And I think we can all agree that there's consensus that the building should be demolished after and only after there's a third-party investigation. And I think that's consensus. So I wanted to give some background. I'm an cultural anthropologist. I have a PhD in cultural anthropology. I've responded to over 24 mass shootings throughout the country. Me and my team are responsible for getting 8 million to the Uvalde victims and survivors. So I'm speaking, from this experience. There's this whole first responder conversation has come out of what happened after 9/11, where 300, I think it was, and 43 first responders were killed. Nancy might know the exact number, but there were hundreds of first responders who were killed in 9/11. At Pulse, there were 0 first responders who were killed. There were a handful who were brave and who did their jobs, but for the most part, there was a lot of cowardice, a ton of cowardice. They did not follow active shooter protocol for 45 minutes. There were 16 victims who could have survived had they gotten medical attention sooner. And, you can read about this in ProPublica. This is a well-reported facts. The fire department across the street even locked its doors to fleeing survivors. So we can't ignore these things. And when you focus on the 49, which is what I also agree, you don't have to deal with these false narratives. You can focus on the stories of the people who were killed. And so you don't have to bother yourself with all of these arguments that we're having at the table when you focus on the 49, and that's how it should be. And the families, as you know, that should lead the whole process. The other thing, I have my notes here. There's this also, when the conversation we talk about demolishing the building, there's this, desire to want to memorialize the space. I mean, it's not the right word because you can't memorialize the space, but there's this idea that you want to remember the space as a safe space, but we have to come to terms with reality. Pulse was never a safe space. If it was a safe space, we wouldn't be here today. It was riddled with code violations. There's a lawsuit for security negligence. It was not a safe space. I know a lot of us. I went to Pulse since it first opened. I was 19 years old. I've been going for years until the shooting happened. I also thought it was a safe space, but processing that betrayal is for therapy. It's not for a memorial. We have to come to terms with reality. So as you move forward with this process, do not, I'm pleading with everyone in this committee, do not perpetuate false narratives, whether it's the response, the 3-hour-long response, the building being a quote unquote safe space, or whatever it might be, the politicians and those people involved, or the city's resilience. I mean, there's so many issues that are still ongoing, which is why there's so much trauma here. And we cannot use the memorial to perpetuate these false narratives. So, and I also wanted to agree, I don't think we should call it an event. I know Jasenia talked about this. I would even call it a tragedy. It's an atrocity It's an atrocity. And we have to think of it as such. And this isn't, you know, a memorial. We have a Memorial Day for those who were murdered. We have Veterans Day for the veterans who have survived. A memorial is for those who were killed. That's just the way it is. It's not a semantics game. It's not anything. It's you don't have a memorial service for someone who's still alive. And the last thing I would like to say too is, you know, when you move forward with this process and mothers come and pour their heart out, do not pass notes around that discredit those mothers. And I'm talking about Lali Santiago. That is uncalled for and disgraceful. You have to let everyone speak. And I appreciate everyone who spoke today. I agree with Stephanie, I mean, everyone, Jay, so many great things that were said in this conversation today. And I'm actually glad that it happened, but I still have problems with this process. There's an, you know, and I could talk about it later, but I could just briefly mention it now. You know, no one knows what to do after a mass shooting. So the process is usually to replicate what's been done in the past. And that's not always the best thing to do. It hardly is the right thing to do. And the family should be leading this. The survivors definitely have to be involved, but you know, there's a way to do it in a way that's respectful and that reduces harm, and that's not what's being done here. And I think, you know, Larry, you know, I've said this to you personally. I just don't think you're qualified to do this. But that's all I have to say.
Dr. Blair, thanks for joining. And I guess I'm just wanting to get some clarity on the way in which you think survivors should be incorporated into the memorial.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Tiara said. I think that conversation should come afterwards when the memorial is built for the 49. I think that, you know, and I always said that there should be a survivor's walk, like Stephanie had mentioned earlier. I think the survivor's walk was a great idea. And it's one that the city did and One Pulse did not move forward with. And so now you're bringing everyone to the table to argue. I think it's unfortunate. I'm sorry,
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you saying the memorial should be exclusively about the 49 and not incorporate the survivors?
I would like for you to not try to twist my words and make this an argument, or like I'm trying to pit people against people. I'm not doing that. I'm saying the memorial should be for the 49, and there should be a monument for survivors. I totally agree with that.
Are you saying a separate memorial?
I have no control over what the city does, but whatever can happen should happen.
Zach, I'm sorry. I'm really just trying to. I heard him reference the Survivors Walk, and from what I understand, that project is. I don't know anything about that project, whether it's moving forward or not. It was an initiative, I guess, of One Pulse Foundation. But Zach, I'm simply trying to clarify your position, and what I'm understanding you to say is that this memorial that this committee is working on should exclusively focus on the 49, and that some other facility, some other monument, some other place should be for the survivors. Do I have that correct?
I think that's an option, correct.
Okay. Is it the option that you prefer?
I would prefer whatever the 49 families prefer, and I think they should lead that conversation. I think, like Jeff had just mentioned, they mentioned someone who should definitely be recognized. 100% should be recognized, should have been recognized years ago. I think that, is that a memorial the place to do it? I don't think so. I think the memorial is for the 49 who were killed. Memorials are for those who were murdered.
All right. Committee members, is there anything you wanted to ask before we move on?
I just want to clear this with him. A memorial is not just to remember the dead. That's called a cemetery. So a memorial serves as a reminder of an event or to preserve remembrance, commemorate something that happened. So with your PhD, I would hope that you could navigate to Google and look this up so that we can continue to do what we're trying to do here, because a memorial can mean a million different things to everybody, but we're not getting anywhere spending 15-20 minutes on a phone call every single time that we're here to go over the same things over and over again. I think that this is a waste of our time. So if you put everything in an email, and we'll address it that way, because enough is enough.
Okay, well, the consensus is that the memorial should focus on the 49. That's what we've heard multiple times over. And if you Google and go to the National Park Service, That's the national government site. They will explain to you what the difference is between a monument and a memorial. And I suggest that you go look at it with whatever credentials you have.
Thanks for the comment. And I appreciate what Brett's saying, that there could be different ways to interpret what a memorial is or should be. I think, yeah, one second, Tommy, committee member, Santiago.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with respect to the discourse that is happening right now. Again, Dr. Blair, and everyone else involved, there is transparency, and with respect to, I think words are being twisted around regarding what some of the committee members or who they are. And this doesn't go just directly to you, Dr. Blair. It goes to overarching. And I think that unfortunately, if the more we spend, as others have said, and not verbatim, what all this is doing for everyone is it's kind of re-traumatizing, and it's pitting people against each other and taking things out of context and words. And I just think that this is the point being, we're here to listen. And yes, it's a learning. As a family member of one of the victims, I too, I just wanted to counter that and just kind of open that up, because it's hard to hear this. It's emotional, and frankly, it's unkind. So I just would like us all at the table to try to start to get into this direction where we can all, and I know we all have our own ideas and whatnot, but to be called out without being asked, I think is just, I would have preferred, I don't know. This is a learning for me, but I think it's unacceptable. And I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's the same word you used to describe Christine Linerman when you wrote the note about her while she was talking. She is unacceptable.
It was unacceptable because it was unkind. We need to be kind to each other. And it was unkind, and she's not the only, that she was being unkind and calling out different people. Where I'm happy to have this conversation in person, but it wasn't just her, it was just, it was hurtful, and it's traumatic.
So I think that, yeah, Lolly, I'm gonna just step in here for a second. I think that we all can agree that the focus in this conversation should be on the memorial and on the issues, and not on people. Obviously, the people of the 49, I don't mean to suggest we should ignore them, but I think that any sort of comments that are directed about people are in contradiction to our discussion agreements. I want to turn to Aracelis, who has her hand up, our committee member, Aracelis Jimenez.
Realmente yo quiero comentar sobre el tiempo, porque yo creo que nos estamos gastando demasiado tiempo y sin límite. Deberíamos ser 3 o 5 minutos, que haya un tiempo para la persona, para que puedan haber más personas opinando. Eso es por un lado. Y por otro lado, este problema va a seguir así, porque realmente yo desde el primer momento en esa parte estoy de acuerdo con Zácaro, de que la madre que en verdad perdimos nuestros hijos, y esto es un memorial para los que murieron, que se le dé prioridad a la madre en participar, en que sean ellas que, o nosotras como madre, que perdimos nuestros hijos ahí, que realmente, digamos, eso es lo que queremos de un memorial, que en eso estamos. Y no es que los demás no opinen o participen, pero que la prioridad sean para los padres que estamos sufriendo, que se murieron nuestros hijos ahí. Y no hay, va a haber esa eso es lo que están viendo, no, Mira, a mí me duele que haya un chisme, yo te digo, tú me dices, porque no se ha elegido desde el principio como se debió hacer. Porque por más que le duele un primo, un amigo, no le va a doler más que a una madre que tuvimos nuestros hijos aquí adentro por 9 meses. Entonces, vamos a ver si nos ponemos de acuerdo, porque de verdad que esto es inaceptable. Esto no es para nosotros estar aquí en un debate como que si estuviéramos en política. Esto es algo muy serio y vamos a ver si como que moderamos esto de una manera que ese dolor que y yo sé que muchas madres están sintiendo, no lo estén como metiendo como en esto que estamos viviendo, como que esto es una cosa que yo no le veo como que ni un principio ni un final. Por favor, vámonos a ayudar en eso. Vamos a tener compasión por nosotras las madres. Es cuanto.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Blair, again for joining. I'm going to check in with Nancy Rosato, our committee member, because we've been trying to get one of the mothers to be able to connect, and we've been having technical difficulties. I don't know, Nancy, whether you have had any luck getting her to connect.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico, down in the south end of Puerto Rico, there's the electricity keeps going and the cell towers aren't functioning the way they should. She'll pop up and call and then the call drops. And I was hoping to get her on my phone so that I could just put her on speaker and you could finally hear her. So she's kind of short on the internet, short on the phone issue.
I understand. Well, I'll just trust that if you get her, you'll let me know. And
definitely. Or what I'm going to ask her to do is to continue trying, but if we're not, we can pick it up tomorrow, hopefully.
yeah. Okay. Yes, we can if she can't connect tonight. Tell me, I'm sorry. I forgive me. I didn't mean to overlook you.
It's just to add on to what Araceli said, like we're not here to debate today at all, really, but today, not really. We're here to get the ideas for the memorial. And there's going to be differing opinions what should be at the memorial. Some people have differing opinions about what the words mean. And I feel the semantics are what's making a discourse happen. Memorials are for people who pass as well as an event. Some people don't want to hear that. I'm sorry. Go to Merriam-Webster, Cambridge. A memorial is about an event. I will say Dr. Blair did have the right terminology in terms of atrocity, because that was just about the act that happened. But in terms of tragedy, that is, the definition is a disastrous event. So in terms of people arguing semantics regarding that, like at this point, it's insulting and it's also useless because we're working on a memorial no matter what. With that being said too, while a lot of us are survivors and maybe some not family members or anything, I don't know why it's not coming across that even though we talk about survivors here and there, I don't know why anyone thinks that our focus is not the 49 and memorialization of them. It's a memorialization of the event as a whole. I do feel like 90 to 90% should be about the 49, but the other 5%, like, I'm sorry, it was a historic event. People who went through it also need not so much a safe space, it's not that, but it's like that we were there. And it's not like, don't forget us, but it's like, no, we have to have a spot there as well in some sense. The Survivors Walk, whatever happened there. And again, it's another semantics thing of memorial versus monument, where memorials for the dead and monuments for the living. Yes and no, because memorial is for both. Even I think it's in Minnesota, there's a memorial for living sexual abuse victims. So it's just, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I don't mean to. It's just, I want to get input from everyone that wants to give input today, family, friends, anyone who lost anyone there. Because yes, we all have our own concepts of what we want to see in the memorial. I have concepts, but I also want to hear from other people because I have my input I've asked from others, but there's some people I don't know and I want to have their input.
Sure.
And when we have phone calls nonstop about there's a horrible process, this, that, the other, we're still in the brainstorm process so that we can do a concept to bring to an architect. So is it moving slow? Yes, but something that people have to remember, the last foundation, that was the scam that stole all that money and everything. We're starting fresh with a handicap. So everything that they were supposedly doing for the past 8 years, we have none of that. We're doing it all from scratch. And now on top of that, we're like, again, with the funds, which I've already asked and I've commented, it is going to be difficult getting funds to make this happen because unfortunately with America as it is, a lot of people have become desensitized to mass shootings. Like at the time Pulse happened, at that time, it was the historic first largest mass shooting until the following year in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I understand the loss family. I don't like at this point, I don't think any of us care regarding living those who passed, who belong to the memorial. Like if they were there, the memorialists were you.
Thanks, Tony.
I'm sorry.
And you don't have to apologize. But I mean, I think the main thing that I hope that we are taking away from this part of the conversation is what I hear as a shared desire to move forward and get this memorial designed and built, period, full stop. Sorry. Oh, Cesar. Lo siento.
Gracias. Quiero clarificar algo para muchos familiares o personas que están atendiendo este meeting. Los survivors estamos aquí. We are standing up for the 49. Pero como dijo Jay, cada uno de los survivors estuvimos en un diferente escenario. A mí me mata el coraje recordar mi escenario porque yo no conocía el lugar y repentinamente todos corrieron hacia donde estaba yo. Yo no sabía que había una puerta de emergencia cerca de mí y los primeros que salieron por esa puerta la bloquearon por afuera. Y yo repentinamente me encontré debajo de mucha gente que ya estaba haciendo, les estaban disparando. Yo no sabía si a mí me estaban disparando porque yo sentía el retumbido de los cuerpos y me dio coraje ver cómo el asesino disfrutaba disparando, se reía y 3 veces caminó hacia la parte de atrás y las 3 veces se devolvió y volvió a disparar a más gente. Es una impotencia y un coraje y como dijo Daryl Torres, nosotros los survivors estamos muertos también ahí por algunos porque perdieron a amigos y otros porque vimos morir a gente y yo quería, muchos quisimos hacer algo, pero atrapados no pudimos hacer nada. También no entiendo, no es posible que nos puedan borrar de un memorial porque nosotros también estamos muertos. Gracias.
I want to hold the space for a minute. What Cesar shared is brave, and I'm sorry for what you experienced. You should never have had to experience that. And your testimony and the testimony of the other survivors here and the other family members is as important as the families and survivors who are speaking to us from near and far. So I'm glad you spoke, and I know it's hard.
Gracias. Simplemente es porque algunos ni siquiera tuvieron la oportunidad de ver al asesino, simplemente oyeron los disparos y se escondieron, pero yo debajo de gente le veía la cara y es algo que no se me borra, su sonrisa matando a la gente y yéndose y regresando y disparándole a más gente. Y yo me siento mal por los survivors que recibieron demasiados disparos y más que nada por los familiares que perdieron a sus hijos.
There were several references when Dr. Blair was speaking to what may seem like consensus. And I dare say that it seems to be the consensus of this group that families of the victims have suffered terribly and survivors have suffered terribly. The amount of suffering here is impossible to measure. We have one additional person who has yet to speak, who is asking to speak as part of this session, and then we will be pausing for a moment. I know that it is 10 minutes to 8 and we were planning to stop at 8, but once this last speaker speaks, I need to make sure that I honor the sunshine laws in terms of who has signed up and so forth. So Anita Bush is listed. Before she speaks, I just want to repeat what it is that I have heard multiple committee members say, which is they want to hear input on what this memorial should look like. They want this conversation to be about the memorial and not about individual people and their opinions and their stake. They really want to understand how they should best recommend a design for this place. So Adriana, if we could promote Anita to a panelist and have her address us. Anita, if you're there, I think you can unmute. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Back in 2016, I was one of the families that I pulled together everybody from families of the deceased from multiple mass shootings to fight to make sure that the nonprofit the mayor was setting up did not divert money away from the victims. By that time, I only had one mass shooting in my family where Michaela was murdered. And now I'm coming to you today with 2 mass shootings in my family where somebody survived. Stacy survived by running for her life. I want to tell you that words are very important. I have now worked on 54 mass shootings in 12 years. And words are important. And some words can hurt. And there is a difference between memorial and monument. And I'm wondering how anyone can build a memorial when there's no consensus about what a memorial actually is. Participating is also very different than decision-making. So I would ask all of you to imagine yourselves in the same position of the mothers and families of the deceased and fathers of the deceased, and being told that you're not worthy to be the decision maker on how to memorialize your own dead child. The families of the deceased who want to be on this committee to decide and help decide should be on that committee and decide the best way forward within the constraints of a budget that hasn't even been given to them yet. And then others should bring that vision to reality. And I'm not really sure why anyone's on the committee who's already spoken words that have hurt a grieving mother or passed a note that has hurt a grieving mother. Grieving parents they will grieve for their lifetime until they see their child again. I think there is a consensus here that the family should leave and the memorial should be about the 49, and let the survivors come up with something as well, because the survivors have gone through something absolutely horrific. It's not an event. It is a horrible, horrible grieving process, I can tell you that. And for survivors, will never leave you. It'll never leave you. It's a date of demarcation for everyone. And I think that the words used are quite important. So all I would ask is that you respect the families of the deceased. Realize that that a memorial is for their children, and let them lead. I'm asking everyone to let them lead. The families of the deceased. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. Did you have anything else you wanted to specifically suggest about the composition of the memorial?
No, I've spoken my piece, and I am really thankful that Stephanie spoke up, and Jay, I thought what he said was amazing. I think what Dr. Zachary Blair has put forth was right on point. And I'm really glad that people are realizing and asking that the parents be allowed to memorialize and be a decision maker on how to memorialize their own dead children who were murdered. They're never coming back. We all know that. And I think about our Michaela every day. And I know the families of the deceased will never, ever be the same. Neither will the survivors, but it's quite different. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining. I can see on screen the impact. I can see on screen and I can see in the room the impact that tonight is having on all of us. It's having a different impact on the families and the survivors than it would me. I do have to comply with Florida Sunshine Law and respect that there are people who are signed up for public comment and give them the opportunity to speak if they would like to, because they signed up. Some of them have already spoken, and so my hope is that if you've already spoken, that you would hold off on speaking again. And I also will say that the discussion agreements that we've reached as a committee are designed to apply to everyone who's a part of this discussion. And that includes people who are entering the discussion as speakers. And so while I have been erring on the side of letting most of the commentary go forward without interruption, I think it's very important to protect this as a space where everyone feels comfortable contributing. And that sometimes will require my interjecting, in my opinion. So the list of people that I have who signed up for public comment is as follows: Joshua Hernandez, Brenda Campos, Zachary Blair, Anita Bush, Alex Barr, Dorelis Torres, Neliud Torres, Rebecca Thompson, Mark Peterson, Brandy Johnson, and Yesenia Marquez. So what I would ask is, if I called your name and you want an additional 3 minutes to say something different than you may already have said if you spoke before, please keep your hand raised on Zoom. And if you're here, I was told that there are a couple of people here in person. I don't know if they are still, but Mark and Brandy are listed as being here in person. I don't know them, so I don't know where to look. Does anybody know them? Okay. Yeah. I don't know if there's any other members of the public that wanted to speak to the committee. So I see Brenda's hand raised, and she had registered for public comment. And so Brenda, I'm going to ask the staff to add the 3-minute on-screen timer if they can. And I would implore you to If you're going to share anything, have it be different than what you have shared so far, and be cognizant of what this group has been through this evening and how emotionally difficult it has been. So if you have more you'd like to say, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes, Brenda.
Yes, sorry, I had to step out as I had a chorus practice. I want to let the committee know and give you, I am thankful to have the opportunity to speak. And I am so very proud of each of them. And like I said earlier, I will just have the faith and hope that they will do the right thing. And I do believe that they are listening to all the people that are speaking. And I do wish with all my heart that this moves forward, although there are issues, that still bother us and are still going on. But in the end, it's for the 49 angels. And I do also believe I don't want anyone here to ever think that, as one already said, the ones that are dead and they're not coming back. I also believe that. However, I am deeply sorry for the families of those that lost their loved ones, but I am also, and I think, more moved by the ones that are alive and have to live with this every day, because it will not ever go away. So, hey, heads up. I will keep praying for all of you. I will just hope that one day we can all agree that love is love, and that we can take this to where it needs to be taken. But there are questions that we have to ask, and we do need answers, such as the budget, such as the money and other stuff. But I wish you all goodwill, and I do trust that you guys that were elected will do the right thing. And I see good people here, so hurt people, and I feel all of them. Each and one of you, I do feel them. And I love you all. I just wish that we can all get this going and have it done. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Brenda, very much. Adriana from the clerk's office, is there anybody that is listed as having signed up that I didn't call the name just a minute ago? I don't know if you were listening when I was calling names, but I had Joshua, Brenda, Zach, Anita, Alex, Dorelis, Nellie, Rebecca, Mark, Brandy, and Hasenia. Do you have anybody else signed up? Okay. Yoli, if you'd like to speak for a couple more minutes to say something you've not shared with us so far, we want to give you the chance to do so. So we're going to allow you to unmute now. Yoli, if you can hear me, go ahead.
¿Me oyen? Hello?
Sí, sí.
¿Me oyen?
Sí.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Es una pregunta que 2 o 3 de las madres me han hecho. Ahora mismo estoy en un chat con ellas. Muchas de ellas voy a disculparlas, como es Carmen, que tiene problemas con el teléfono por lo que pasó con la tormenta, como dijo Nancy. Igualmente Nelly, Miriam, y tanto también Damaris. Ella se le murió un familiar, un sobrino, hoy. Están en ese proceso. Por eso no han podido estar en la llamada. Una de las otras preguntas que tenían además de lo del espacio que habíamos hablado al principio, es acerca del terreno que está en la parte de atrás. ¿Qué van a hacer con eso? Si lo van a incluir, todas esas cosas. Otra cosita, pues también, como le dije anteriormente, es bueno que tengan una lista para que las personas que vayan dando sus opiniones, como si quieren un arbolito, si quieren una agua o quieren una pared con los nombres, etcétera, etcétera, se vayan poniendo, o sea, los elementos en un lado y el espacio que hay en otro, para que así estas conversaciones pues tampoco se pongan en otras cosas, ¿verdad? Que no tienen nada que ver con lo que están hablando de la ceremonia. Las peleas y las cosas pues vamos a dejarlo pues aparte o personalmente que cada uno se llame y discutan pues en otro lado, no aquí. Esa es mi pregunta y eso era todo. Y perdonen, lo hago rapidito para que otras personas tengan oportunidad de hablar.
Thanks, Yoli. I just wanted to clarify when you said something about, I wasn't sure if you were talking about a piece of the property that is adjacent to the Pulse property site when you asked. I can't remember exactly what you said, but it was something about some other part back there. And I didn't know if that's what you were referring to, was this other parcel of land next to the Pulse site.
Sí, señor Sculler, en la parte de atrás hubo un momento que esa parte se compró, o sea, One Pulse Foundation la compró. Luego se la vendieron a otra persona de la ciudad, o sea, aconsejada por la ciudad, para que en algún momento la necesitaran, la tuvieran ahí. No sé cuántos millones, creo que fue $1 millón que tanto One Pulse, $800,000, perdón, gastaron en esa propiedad y luego se la tuvieron que volver a dar o venderla. No sé exactamente cuál fue el deal, pero esa propiedad también estaba como parte de esto. O sea, para eso quería saber de qué manera podemos saber cuáles son los terrenos, cuál es la medida. Yo me hice la asignación yo misma de buscar cuánto medía el terreno de la esquina de One Pulse y son 8,000 square feet.
Well, I appreciate this question. I understand that it is important. And I think that in September, when the committee is meeting and talking more specifically about the site, we can discuss in more detail the nature of the parcel that is next to it. But for the time being, the committee needs to focus on just the parcel where the club stood, where the building is still standing, right at the corner of, I believe, Orange Avenue and Astor Street in the southwest, the northwest corner there. But we are aware of that additional parcel. From what I understand, it's still privately owned. And so it's not considered a part of this memorial for the moment, but we will see what additional information there is for the September meeting. So Yoli, thank you very much. And I also want to say to Yoli, thank you for all you are doing to stay connected with these other mothers. And given the circumstances with the storm and the difficulty of connecting, I intend to do everything that I can, my team and I, to arrange for a time where we can speak with the mothers if they could not connect tonight. I know it was difficult. So Yoli, we will be following up with you in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I do see both Dr. Blair and Ms. Bush's hands up. And as I said, they were signed up for public comment. So I need to find out whether either of you, and I see his name as well. I need to know whether either of you have something additional that you want to say at this time for the 3 minutes. So if we can allow them to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, I would just like to say a couple things. I think getting a budget is really central to moving forward, and everyone wants to move forward. I also want to move forward. You know, I don't get any pleasure out of having these conversations. I don't even really want to be here doing this either. This is a lot. It's been a lot for 8 years of fighting against One Pulse, of fighting against the city, of fighting against all this stuff. I want everyone to know that there's an OPD investigation that we have not gotten the report from yet. So we are waiting for that Orlando Police Department investigation to come out about the code violations at Pulse. Supposedly they're investigating it. We do not know what the results of that are, despite the conflicts of interest. You know, it's the city basically investigating itself. So that is why everyone is calling for a third-party inspection of the building before it is knocked down. I also want to remind everyone in this room, because it's like an elephant in the room, that there is a lawsuit that's ongoing that Christine, Keon, and so many other people, you know, the group is smaller, are still part of. It's still going forward. Their lawyer warned the city before they purchased that property that the ownership of the property was under question as part of that lawsuit. So, you know, I just like everyone to be based in living in reality. And that's something that's going on while this process goes on. And it's something that everyone should be aware of so that if something occurs, it's not, you know, unexpected. And the other thing, Larry, is I don't appreciate you twisting my words. This is like the 5th time you've done it to cause division between the survivors and I. I've been working with my friends for the past 8 years. And so there's nothing that you're going to do to create division between us. I just want to put that out there. I always support the survivors. I think there should be a huge monument for the survivors. I think the survivors deserve more money that's been stolen from them. I think they deserve justice. I think they deserve a whole lot more than a survivor's walk. So anyone who knows me knows my intentions. And I would like to apologize to Lolly. I don't agree with what you did, but you know, I just hope that you have a conversation, not with me, but with Christine, because she deserves an apology. And that's it. Thank you.
Dr. Blair, thanks for speaking. I certainly did not intend to twist your or anybody's words, so thanks for letting us know. Ms. Bush has her hand up and was signed up to speak, and so I'd like to give her the opportunity.
She needs to unmute.
I have a question. I've spoken in public comments and city council, et cetera, and different like housing development, et cetera, in the city of Los Angeles. And we usually are able to pass on time to someone else if they want it. Can we do that here?
No.
So it's different in Florida. Florida law is different.
Well, I have an attorney here. I suppose I could ask for direct legal guidance, but suffice it to say, we've had, you know, 4 hours of public comment in one form or another tonight. So I'm not necessarily inclined to have time passed. Yeah, I'm told it's specific to committee procedure and we're not yielding time.
Okay. No, all I would say is that I don't think anybody understands this unless you have lived through something like this as family of deceased or survivors. And I would encourage anyone who has not gone through it to allow the seats for the families of the deceased to be able to be on the decision-making process. Thank you very much.
And thanks, Ms. Bush. And then Yesenia Marquez, who spoke earlier, was also signed up to speak. Did you want to speak here for a couple of minutes? Something that you hadn't shared yet? Her hand went down, so I don't know if she wants to speak again. Yesenia, if you want to speak for 3 additional minutes, you have the opportunity.
Yesenia does have permission to speak. She just has to unmute her device.
Looks like she may have. Oh, Yesenia, would you like to speak? Yesenia, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're trying to speak, but if you have something you'd like to share, we'll give you a couple of minutes.
I don't understand how you guys.
Hello, we can hear you now. We can hear you, Yesenia. Go ahead.
Oh, God, that unmute is so frustrating. I guess it's a question or maybe an idea. The area in the restroom where the survivors, not the one that was with the hose, the other, I'm sorry, I'm getting a feedback. The other restroom, let's say where my daughter particularly was, those that came out of that bathroom, They were guided, I guess it was towards the back around the building, across the street behind another building, because I made it there within about maybe 12 minutes, 15 minutes, who knows. I made it there in a real nick of time, to the point where SWAT escorted me behind a building across from Pulse, where most survivors were being taken that were not injured. Would that be considered maybe a survivor walk from Pulse to that area, because that's where they were last left after the tragedy happened? And I've been thinking about it for a while, and it's just something to throw out there to the committee. Would it be something you guys would consider to incorporate a survivor's walk at a different area? Because I know it didn't happen, but I know people that are willing to donate money just for paint, if it's that. I know artists that are willing to put time just for that. And I'm not taking away from our 49, because our 49 will always deserve the #1. But of course, we do have survivors that live this every day. And it's just an idea that I'm throwing out there. You know, would it be something that you all would consider to incorporate not only the memorial for the 49, but maybe the path after for the survivors to be from where exactly they came out of towards where they were taken? And I'm not saying towards the hospital or those that were, you know, injured, in the sense of all the survivors as a path, because I very vividly recall me standing on that corner, waiting for my daughter, looking for her, and seeing them all run, panicking, running towards me where I was, and they were going in different directions. So incorporating that as part of, and it's just a thought throwing out there, I think would also give light to the survivors and not let them out, but staying focused on the 40 as well for the memorial.
Thank you, Yesenia. And I know at one point, committee member Santiago Leon wanted to ask a question. Go ahead.
Hi, Yesenia. I just wanted to know, the building, it's the one directly across. I think that's I applaud that idea, and I just want to say thank you for sharing your story as well. I know that's hard, and that area and being that you were there, you were able to, they came to you, it's like your mother for that. And I don't see why is that a possibility I'm asking the committee. I agree. I think it should be part of it.
Well, I see Tommy's hand, and I'm going to get to you. I just want to really encourage us to keep this extremely brief. We've been here for 4 hours and change.
Okay.
It's been emotionally draining. I don't think we should have a detailed discussion. This is a very good idea, or at least a very worthwhile idea to consider, I should say. And I don't want it to get lost in the emotional and physical fatigue you all may have. So Tommy, if you could, just briefly.
Clarity of which building, like across the street to Dunkin' Donuts or across the street to the Wendy's?
Wendy's, not Dunkin' Donuts. I was behind the Wendy's.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And Carlito.
Sí, bien rapidito, es porque ya hemos escuchado varias veces muchas de las personas diciendo acerca de una investigación o que se va a dar y que no quieren que el edificio se derrumbe a menos que exista esa investigación. Yo como committee member le quiero preguntar a usted, Mr. Scooter, si puede hablar con la ciudad y que nos digan a nosotros si existe una investigación, si va a haber una investigación en el futuro, porque no vamos a poder hacer una decisión en ese edificio si no sabemos qué está pasando con el edificio como tal y con la supuesta investigación que supuestamente va a ocurrir.
¿Y con
So,
perdón? ¿Y con qué?
Con la investigación que supuestamente va a ocurrir.
Okay, with the investigation. Supposedly it's supposed to come.
Y este es el tercer meeting, no hemos tomado una sola decisión acerca de este proyecto, y no solamente los miembros que están online, yo también como committee member me siento también un poco frustrado de que estamos, ¿verdad?, todavía discutiendo casi como un brainstorm, cuando se supone que ya deberíamos estar tomando decisiones acerca de lo que va a estar ocurriendo con el memorial.
I appreciate you asking that, and I do know that there have been a lot of conversations about it. It's my responsibility to have this committee focus on the memorial. I understand that the investigation into the response and into the building is important also. So I just need to determine the best way to give you that information while also keeping our progress going. So let me think about it and I will come back to you. I also just want to mention that I think that by the September meeting, we can give the committee some clearer guidance on what budget there might be for the project. It's my understanding from the mayor's office that some of the funding would come from the city of Orlando and some of the funding would need to be raised from private donations. The exact amount, though, is something that we need to do some more research into. So understand that the city intends for this to be partly funded by taxpayer dollars and partly funded by fundraising. And that hopefully in September, when we're talking a little bit more specifically about the site, we can talk a little bit more specifically about what budget might exist. Brett, then Tommy.
Just have one quick question, and I don't need an answer if you can just get it for us.
Yeah.
If this is going to hinder anything with this investigation, if we're making all this progress on what we're going to do on this, let's just find out if that's going to hinder where this location will be, if this is part of a potential lawsuit
Right,
or
I
a seizure or
understand.
anything like that.
We can get that clarified.
It was also named as a national memorial, so maybe checking and seeing if there was any national funds on that. And then the Great Western Meats was purchased for $8 million with tax money that is still now owned by the city. Is that going to be sold off as a parcel and any of that money being put back into this project or not?
We'll look into all of that. Thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
Quick, also, like, again, I know we're not the investigation team, but like, it does go hand in hand with the memorial, but Alex did mention something about like the drones and everything recording the building, getting a 3D model and everything. If there is a hindrance in the investigation, are they able to work off that model while our memorial moves forward?
We'll find out. When I say we'll find out, gentlemen, I don't know that it'll be tomorrow. It'll be when it can be, hopefully as quickly as possible. Let me
Can I ask a question?
That's Keon Carter, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
When would the mayor be in any of these meetings? Because like he really has all the answers, you know.
I don't know whether the mayor will be attending the meetings. I can find out.
Yeah, because that's the man with all the answers. While we all sit here trying to question each other, while we sit here having these individuals question the committee about what's going on, we don't really have the answers about basically what's going on ourselves. We're really not in control of none of this, like everybody think we are. You feel me? So we need the mayor to be able to sit here and answer some of these questions, or somebody that's up in one of those seats to be able to sit here and answer those questions.
Understood. I just want to pause for a moment as we get ready to adjourn for the night and say that whatever you're feeling right now, whether it's sadness, grief, anger, maybe some hope, maybe some clarity, whatever it is okay to feel. And it's okay if you feel all of those things together. And I hope that despite how difficult this was, that you see the benefit, not just to the memorial, but to the community and to the people that are affected by this, I think, aptly named atrocity. And that when we reconvene tomorrow, we will continue to move this conversation forward in a way that earns the respect and trust of the families and the survivors and everyone else who was impacted by this. But I would be remiss if I didn't just say thank you for sitting here and for listening, not just the people who sat here in person, but our committee members who have stayed online for several hours to listen and participate thoughtfully as well. And I just want to thank Rafael for being my partner in arms in this. This is difficult work, and I appreciate his support. And there are probably more than a dozen members of Orlando City staff who helped to make this meeting a success, and I'll go through that tomorrow. But I do want to mention my most important colleague, Donna Weiss, for the management she's done on this project as a whole and the support she's given me. And we will be reconvening tomorrow at 4 back here in the same space. And thanks for being here tonight.
You can all of your materials if you like. And they'll be fine right where you're.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.